We are live.
Good evening, everyone. The meeting of the Committee of the Whole Planning and Administration is now called to order. I'd ask that you all rise as you're able for the reading of the invocation. As we come together today, we recognize the great responsibilities laid upon us. Our council will always strive to understand the needs of the people we serve and to use power wisely and well. Our purpose is to establish and maintain a city of prosperity and righteousness where freedom prevails and where justice rules. We acknowledge the rich history of this land. Today, there are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people who live or work in the city. The intent of this acknowledgement is to recognize our responsibility to use and take care of these lands responsibly and respectfully, while remembering the generations past and considering the generations yet to come. We respect and seek to continue and promote the longstanding relationships with this area's First Nations and the Indigenous peoples who reside within the city of Brantford. Let us also not forget those who served our community and who are no longer with us, so that we can continue to do the work we must in their memory. Clerk, can you confirm the roll call has been taken?
Through the chair, roll has been taken.
Very good. Members of the committee, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest for any items appearing on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, members, are there any items for consideration or consent that you would like to separate for discussion purposes? Keeping in mind the following are already separated due to delegations: 7.1.2 Primary Care Access Program, 7.17 Amendment to the 2024 to 2031 Economic Development Strategy, 7.19 the June report for the Working Group on Trade, and 7.1.10 the lane closing and conveyance behind 19, 15, and 13 the Strand. Mayor Davis.
7.1.1 the honorarium. 7.1.3, the demolition of the building at 324 Grand River Ave. And 7.1.6, the MOU for the front end funding agreement process, Central Block Power Line.
Very good. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, 5.1, city initiated official plan amendment.
That's a statutory public hearing, so that'll be separated naturally. Councillor McCreary.
7.1.5.
A very full agenda this evening. Anyone else? All right. Being none, Councillor Martin, I believe you have the motion to approve all items that were not separated.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move, seconded by Councillor McCurry, that all items for consideration consent, 7.1 and 7.2, not separated for discussion purposes, be approved.
Madam Clerk, if you read the titles of everything we're voting on, and then we'll call the vote.
The items subject to the vote are as follows. Item 7.1.4, Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan 2025 to 2029. Item 7.1.8, Lane Closing and Conveyance to Tecumseh Street. Item 7.2.1, People Master Plan Status Update number 3. Item 7.2.2, Safe Reporting Program Annual Update. 7.2.3, Housekeeping Updates to Corporate Policy Manual. And 7.2.4, the minutes. All items not separated carry an recorded vote of 10-0. Those voting in favor: Councillor Sullivan, Sokoli, Sless, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Carpenter, Van Tilborg, Samwell, and Mayor Davis. Noting Councillor Hunt was out of the room at the time of the vote.
Perfect. Now, next on this evening's agenda, we have a statutory public hearing. So I'm going to turn the chair over to our Mayor Davis to conduct the statutory public hearing portion of this.
Yeah, I know we have a number of people that are here that would like to delegate to speak to a number of different items on our agenda tonight. But you're going to have to be a little bit patient with us. We do have a public hearing under the Planning Act in relation to an official plan amendment, and we deal with those first. So hang tight, we'll get to you. Before we move into the statutory public hearing, I'm required to provide the following statement. This public meeting is going to be held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. The purpose of the hearing is to discuss the planning application, to hear from the public, either in support of or against the application. At the end of the public meeting, the committee will pass a recommendation, which is generally considered for a final decision at the next meeting of council later this month. The name of anyone who speaks in regards to any item will appear within the meeting minutes. Anyone wishing notice of any further proceedings regarding the application should also provide their name and address to the clerk's office. We ask the members of the public in attendance today to speak to an item. Please ensure that you add your contact information to the sign-in sheet located at the delegates table or at the back of the room. The applicant will speak first, which in this case our municipal staff, because it's an application being made by the city. And then the public, if anybody's here from the public, has an opportunity to respond. Everyone will have up to 10 minutes to speak, including questions from the committee. The applicant, if necessary, will then have 5 minutes at the end of the hearing to provide clarification to any questions or issues raised during the meeting. The following rules of decorum as set forth in the city's procedural bylaw apply. And this applies to anyone who makes a presentation to us this evening. No person shall display any sign, banner, or placard in the meeting room other than materials that, in the opinion of the chair, are legitimate audiovisual aids in connection with any presentation to be made to the committee. All persons present shall use polite and respectful language and shall refrain from the use of any language or the making of any gesture that is disrespectful or offensive. All persons addressing the committee shall speak only on the subject in debate and shall not speak on any other subject. No person shall applaud participants in the debate or engage in conversation or behavior that may disrupt the proceedings of the meeting. So we're now going to consider the item that is the subject matter of this public hearing, and it's a city-initiated official plan amendment regarding condominium conversion policies. So now call upon city staff to make a presentation on behalf of the city, the applicant. As a reminder, you have 10 minutes inclusive of questions.
Good evening, Chair and members of Council. My name is Miranda Ivany, and I'm a planner with the Long Range Planning Division. Tonight, I'll be presenting official plan amendment application OP-0125, which is a city-initiated amendment that proposes to implement condominium conversion policies. As a bit of background, in September of 2024, Council directed staff to undertake an OPA that would implement policies to regulate residential condominium conversion applications. At this meeting and prior meetings, Council raised concerns around the loss of rental units as a result of conversions, the potential for repair costs to be passed down to future condo owners, as well as the general need to protect and inform tenants throughout the process. The purpose of the proposed amendment is to establish clear policy direction and evaluation criteria, as well as to introduce consistent and transparent submission requirements that will help to assess the appropriateness of future condominium conversion applications. To support this amendment, staff reviewed key data on Brantford's rental housing market, along with reviewing the history of condominium conversion activity in the city. According to the 2021 census, approximately 34% of households in Brantford were renters. Approximately 34% of households in Brantford are renters, with approximately 4,500 households being in core housing need. CMHC data also shows that over the past 11 years, the average vacancy rate in the Brantford CMA has been approximately 1.9%, which generally falls below the 3% threshold broadly considered to indicate a balanced rental market. However, it is important to note that this figure reflects only the primary rental market, which is defined as privately initiated structures with 3 or more units and would not include rented units such as single detached dwellings, duplexes, semi-detached dwellings, accessory apartments, and rent condominiums, or any other rented unit that falls below that 3-unit threshold. The vacancy rate calculation also includes data from the city, the county of Brant, and parts of Six Nations of the Grand River Territory. While condominium conversion activity has been limited, with 9 applications over the past 30 years, staff see an opportunity to establish clear official plan policies that will help to support a consistent and transparent review process, with careful consideration for tenants and the long-term stability of Brantford's rental housing. Staff also conducted a review of 7 comparator municipalities. And while each municipality takes a slightly different approach based on individual pressures being faced, and there are nuances in the way that the policies are applied, several common themes did stand out. And these included the use of vacancy rate thresholds, submission requirements such as building condition reports or rental conversion assessments, as well as ensuring that tenants are meaningfully engaged, informed, and protected throughout the process. Further to this, municipalities often would consider as well whether a conversion would maintain or create affordable housing. The proposed amendment before you tonight builds on these best practices while tailoring them to Brantford's local context. So OPA 12 proposes amendments to 3 key sections of the city's official plan. The first section is section 3.1, providing housing opportunities. A new subsection is proposed to be added that would introduce a statement that formally recognizes the importance of rental and affordable rental housing and encourages the creation and retention of these options as a vital part of a complete and inclusive housing system. The second section proposed to be amended is section 9.3, the subdivision of land. And staff are proposing adding new policies that would apply to condominium conversion applications where 6 or more units are affected. These policies would encourage the maintenance of a 3% citywide vacancy rate, require submission of a building condition assessment report, as well as proof that tenants have been properly notified and informed of their rights. Further to this, when the citywide vacancy rate falls below 3%, require that the policy would require that a residential housing conversion study be submitted. Together, these requirements help to identify major repairs that could affect future owners. It ensures that tenants are informed and protected, and it allows for staff to fully assess the impacts of a proposed conversion on the broader rental market. Additionally, a policy is proposed that would allow for consideration of approval if a conversion application were to result in the continuation or creation of affordable rental or affordable or attainable home ownership units as defined by the Development Charges Act and the associated Affordable Housing Bulletin. This policy intends to recognize that even in a constrained rental market, that conversions can still support the achievement of other important municipal housing objectives. Further to this, the amendment also requires that applications must continue to meet all other official plan policies. Lastly, the amendment proposes to add a building condition assessment report to the list of required studies in section 911H. This amendment is intended to reinforce the submission requirement previously discussed, as well as to maintain the general organization of the official plan. However, it is important to note that this particular change, if OPA 12 is passed, would come into force and effect following provincial approval as a result of changes that were made to the Planning Act by Bill 17, which received royal assent on June 5th. In conclusion, the proposed amendment helps to establish a clear and balanced policy framework for the review of condominium conversion applications. It introduces consistent submission requirements and helps to support the city in achieving an appropriate balance and mix of housing options by comprehensively assessing proposed conversions to limit potential negative impacts. But ultimately, OPA 12 is the first phase in a broader strategy to strengthen the city's tools for tenant and rental housing protections. With the next phase of this work program involving continued research into additional policies or programs, such as potential renovation, relocation, replacement, or licensing bylaws that the city could implement to more effectively protect rental housing and support tenants in the city of Brantford. With that said, planning staff are of the opinion that the proposed amendment is consistent with the provincial planning statement and conforms to the requirements of the Planning Act and Section 99.1 of the Municipal Act. And staff recommend that report 2025-61 be received and that official plan amendment number 12 be adopted for the reasons identified this evening and outlined in the report before you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Miranda. Any questions for Miranda? Councilor McCurry.
Chair, Mayor, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. You've taken a complex situation and reduced it to something that's very understandable. To be clear, a building with six or more units is subject to these rules and regulations. And do we know how many buildings in the city of Brantford might be captured by that?
Through the chair to the question, I don't have an answer to that question.
It's not an easy question.
Yeah.
It's not an easy question. And the stats, 3% stats, that comes from CMHC reports, is that correct?
Through the chair to the question, sorry, the 3% vacancy rate?
Yeah, the vacancy rate, yeah.
Yeah, the 3% vacancy rate is widely considered to be the threshold for a balanced rental market.
Sure. But the statistic comes from CMHC, correct?
CMHC and a number of other sources.
The one we're relying on is CMHC.
Sorry, I misunderstood the question. That is correct. The vacancy rate included in the policy that would be applied would be based on CMHC data.
Thank you. In the building condition report, that would have to be done in any event by the new condominium corporation at time of registration or thereafter, right? Sort of a base mark for what their capital would be eventually.
Through the chair to the question. So at the time of registration or within a year, typically, or it is required under the Condominium Act that a reserve fund study be conducted, which is similar, but it is a legislated post-registration tool for funding the reserve or
Right.
major improvements.
So even that requirement is not much of a stretch, right? Because they would be doing that work within a year or so anyway.
That is correct.
Okay, and I probably shouldn't ask this question in public, but do we feel that we are on the side of the angels here and that will not be subject to repeated challenges about this? Perhaps Alan would like to weigh in. You have some degree of confidence.
Sure, through the chair to the counselor. Yeah, we're confident that we'll hopefully sail through on this one with no appeal.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, we've now gone 10 minutes. If there's no objection from the committee, I would propose that we go an additional up to 10 minutes because I already have 4 others that want to ask questions. Okay. So, Councilor Carpenter, you're moving that? Might as well move it.
Yes, I'll move that, yeah.
Seconded by Councilor Caputo. Good, all right. I'll call the vote on that.
The motion to extend the time is carried on a record vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councilors Sullivan, Sokoli, Sless, Caputo, McCurry, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, Samwell, and Mayor Davis.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff, the vacancy rate that we get from CMHC, that only looks at buildings of 6 units or more. It doesn't look at duplexes or triplexes.
Through the chair to the question, the vacancy rate from CMHC looks at the primary rental market, which is defined and includes units that privately initiated structures with 3 or more units. So
Okay.
it depends the configuration, but it may include triplexes if all of the units are rented. If one of the units are rented by the owner of the building, then it wouldn't be included.
Okay, so it doesn't include duplexes, and we got a lot more duplexes now that the province has changed the rules so that anybody can take a single family home and make it a duplex. I'm wondering if it would be more appropriate to use 1.5 percent vacancy rate instead of the 3 because they're not capturing all the duplexes that might be, have vacancies.
Through the chair to the question, so the 3% vacancy rate that's included in the policy, the proposed policy, acts as a goal and target for maintaining within the primary rental market. And when the vacancy rate were to fall below that, it would trigger additional study requirements for a more fulsome assessment of the impacts. But the vacancy rate isn't written in a way to prohibit. It's written in a way to allow for additional investigation into the impacts of an application.
Okay. And in the report, in section 11, it says that the where to go here? Residential condominium units are taxed at a rate of 1.3. My understanding was they were taxed at the residential rate. Did that change or is that an error?
So through the chair to the question, the condominium units are taxed at 1.3%. This is a figure that I received from our finance department.
When did that change?
Through the chair to the question, I might have to defer to finance to answer that.
Through the chair, I believe the 1.3 is the tax rate for the residential and not the ratio. So the tax ratio is 1 for residential, 1.1 for new multi-res, 1.8 for multi-residential. But the tax, I think what this report is referring to is the tax rate, not the ratio.
Okay, I thought they meant the ratio. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hunt.
Thank you. And through you to Miranda. So a building condition report that has to be filed. I just want to be clear that that is not the same as a reserve fund study. A reserve fund study is done by an engineer and it determines whether the condominium corporation has sufficient assets in the reserve fund in order to meet the anticipated repairs that would have to be done to a building. So if a reserve fund study is not required, what can you maybe enlighten us as to what the building condition assessment is supposed to do for us from that standpoint?
Through the chair to the question, so a reserve fund study would be required post-registration of the condominium corporation, but the building condition assessment we are proposing to ask at the time of a complete application, and it would identify or assess the condition of the structural elements of the system as well as any common elements in the units. It would provide or it would identify repairs and improvements that need to be made and provide some cost estimates. It would also be prepared by a qualified engineer or architect for the proposed policy. So it's just a slightly different tool at a different time.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Slass.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The 1.9% vacancy rate, is that not really indicative of nothing available?
Through the chair to the question, the 1.9% vacancy rate is an average over the past 11 years. So the vacancy rate in the city of Brantford for 2024 is 2.2%. It does indicate that the primary rentals available in the primary market are a little bit lower. But again, that rate doesn't fully capture the picture of or the circumstances of rentals within the city because it doesn't include units below 3 units.
Right, okay. And secondly, my other questions were answered. The only other one I have is, who are the comparators? You said that we compared to 7 other communities. Can you list those for me, please?
Through the chair to the question, the 7 municipalities include the city of Barrie, the city of Guelph, Durham region as a regional entity, Cambridge, Kitchener, Kingston, and Kingston.
Councilor Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this report. Mayor and I were very concerned about this some time ago, and a resolution was passed to do this. So thank you for the great work you've done here on this report. But speaking to it, the building condition assessment, for example, that will be done in advance of getting granted permission to convert to condos, so that people that bought the unit would have access to that building assessment, and they would know what issues were coming forward in that building when they are required as a condo owner to then have an assessment done themselves that will lead to how much their condo fees are going to be. That'd be a fair statement?
Through the chair to the question, that is correct.
Okay, so having that assessment done in advance is paramount, so I'm pleased you got that in there. And I noticed that Guelph has some stronger language, but they say will be discouraged. Why didn't we use such strong language? But they use a lower number, mind you, but.
Through the chair to the question, that's a great question. So the reason that we've chosen to use the word encourage as a goal is largely based in the knowledge that the vacancy rate data that we have available to us is not, does not provide the comprehensive picture of the rental market within Brantford. But beyond that, we don't have locally available data to draw on. And vacancy rates, to establish a threshold for a vacancy rate, we need to have that technical justification to be able to withstand challenges. And we've seen at the OLT, without that justification, there are issues.
That's a great explanation, give an understanding. So then the planning department will have that information when they make a recommendation to the planning committee, and the planning committee can make a recommendation on those merits then?
Through the chair to the question, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
So the planning committee will be able to make their recommendations when all that data is collected, for example, the assessment and what the vacancy rate is, and they'll be able to make a recommendation to the planning committee at that time, who will then decide.
Through the chair to the question, that is correct.
And as you already answered, previous counselor, that you're confident that will stand up. And other municipalities have already done a lot of this work.
Through the chair to the question, that is correct.
Okay, and the municipalities that you compared us to, they're listed in the report. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the question, the municipalities are listed in Appendix C.
Yeah.
Or Appendix.
That's where I got the information about Guelph. Thank you very much for your hard work on this. Really appreciate it.
All right, so we'll now open the floor to members of the public who wish to speak to this application. Lisa, do we have anybody virtually that might be interested?
Through the chair, there are no virtual attendees.
Okay. All right, so if there are any members of the public who are in the chamber, council chamber this afternoon or this evening, that would like to speak to this matter, now is your opportunity to come forward to the delegates table to respond to the application. So I've got to ask this 3 times now. Second time, is there any member of the public present, either in or outside the council chamber, that would like to speak to this application? Now is your opportunity to come forward and do so. Not seeing anyone rush up, I'll ask for a third and final time. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to this matter who's present this evening? Now is your last opportunity to come forward to make a presentation. All right. So I assume that there's no need for any clarifying response, because we've had no response from the public. All right. Okay. So that public meeting is now closed on this planning application. And Council Van Tilburg, I understand, you're going to put the matter on the floor, so we.
Thank you, Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stanwell. That report 2025.61 titled City Initiative Official Plan Amendment, file OP 0125 Condominium Conversion Policies, OPA 12, be received, and B, that the city initiated official plan amendment number 12 attached as Appendix A to report 2025-61 be adopted, and that pursuant to section 1723.1 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 P13, the following statement shall be included in the notice of adoption. Regard has been had for all written and oral submissions received from the public before the decision was made in relation to this planning matter discussed in section 8 of report 2025.61.
So floor is open for discussion. Councilor Carpenter.
First of all, thank you to you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this forward. We had a discussion about it, and then a resolution was drafted to move forward on this item. Both of us having some experience with condominium in the city of Brantford as a condominium corporation. I think Councilor Martin and I started the condominium association in town that's still going very strongly. That gives advice to condominiums. We've had the experience of knowing of a condominium conversion where, for example, the building was really past its life expectancy, apart building converted to rental unit or to condos, sorry, from rental units. And then the people that bought the condos would buy the condo unit, and then they find out, as according to the condo legislation, they have to do a reserve fund study after 1 year of the condo conversion. And then they find out, my goodness, the parking garage is no good. It's a $5 million fix. The balconies are falling off. There's millions of dollars to be spent there. Well, that's mandatory. And then what happens is the legislation requires you to do a reserve fund study, and then there's a special assessment on every one of your units, $40,000 or $50,000. And you can't even sell the unit for what you paid for it, because now you're required under condo legislation to maintain the building that wasn't maintained before you bought it. So what this does, this provides that assessment, building assessment, so that if you're buying a condo from a used building that's converted, you'll get to know what assessment is in there. You know what your expenses might be going forward, but having known that, that will be reflected in the price of the unit that you buy at that time, and you'll at least know what you're getting into. So I really appreciate this coming forward and the protection of both the condo buyer. It also protects renters that are in a unit from being evicted because someone is converting the condos and they're buying each unit, and then the tenants have no place to go. So we're looking at a limit, for that to happen, for the vacancy rate, that protects some of our renters at the same time. It's a very good balanced approach the staff have done here. I really appreciate the work done by everyone. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Hunt.
I too wanted to thank everyone involved for bringing this forward. And I remember last year at AMO, I actually attended a affordable housing forum. And one of the speakers said that municipalities cannot build our way out of the affordable housing crisis, and that every municipality needs to do what we can to protect our rental stock, because I'm sure we could ask a question of planning, but it seems to be that most new planning applications that are coming forward are for condominiums. There are very few that are coming forward to build rental units. And so while some people might think that 1.9 or 2% is very low, I'll tell you, for anybody that's out there looking for either an apartment or a house to rent, it's a pretty competitive market. And so I too commend you for the work that's done here. And I think it's really important for us as municipal council to recognize that 34% of our constituents are in fact renters, cannot afford to buy a home, and probably cannot afford to buy a condo, and therefore need to have access to rental stock here in our municipality. So thank you for that work.
Councillor Caputo, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also very pleased that something like this has actually been brought forward, because it was just recently that this council actually approved a condo conversion on Melrose Place. or Melrose Avenue, not Melrose Place. So at least now we have rules, regulations, and we're governed accordingly, and we'll let everything work its way through. So just wanted to say thank you, and at least now we have rules that govern us in terms of how we have to do it. So thanks.
Councilor McCreary.
Mayor, thank you. As I said earlier, it's a good volume of work by our staff in response to an initiative brought by Councillor Carpenter and the mayor some time ago. I think the outcome of this is fairness to everybody concerned. Certainly fair to the tenants, certainly fair to the folks who may buy these units, who, as Councillor Carpenter indicated, may have no idea what they face in terms of future capital costs. And lastly, it's fair to the what would be, I guess, described as the current building owner, who now know the circumstances under which they can propose a condominium conversion, and sort of the process to go through, and the awareness of the fact that as it's approved, they will be looking at doing the reserve studies that will quantify what the new owners, if in fact there are any, would be facing. And I do want to point out that the fact that a building is converted from rental unit to condominium unit doesn't necessarily mean that the folks who are tenants would be displaced. The Ontario government offers full protection to tenants in a lot of circumstances. Of course, a tenant can be displaced by the new owner if the new owner states that they will live there. Sometimes that's done, and sometimes it's not entirely accurate. One of the vagaries, but in a lot of cases, condominiums are bought by investors who may buy one or two or more units in a building and consider that to be their monthly stipend or their retirement nest egg. So I think we've done well here. I don't think it's onerous to any party, any of the three general parties, owner, future owner, tenant. And I'm quite pleased that we came through all this without a lot of ideology. It's very pragmatic, and I'm very pleased with the outcome. So thank you for that.
All right, I have a couple of comments and some questions for staff. First of all, you've heard a lot about the vacancy rate here tonight. And what's interesting is the CMHC vacancy rate actually underestimates what the vacancy rate is, because it does not include condominiums that have been bought and are on the market for rent, nor does it include single family homes or duplexes or semis that are also available for rent. So it does actually understate the vacancy rate. But also, I think of good news in this report. The vacancy rate 3 years ago was 1.3% for our community, completely unacceptable. It's now up to 2.2%, a very significant improvement. And I think that's a reflection in part of the fact that the past council and this council have in fact brought forward certain policies in respect to tax increment or tax levying programs that encourage rental construction. And we've actually seen recently some applications, development applications for rental buildings. And there are some rental buildings that are actually now being constructed. Also, the federal government does have a program where they provide favorable tax treatment to buildings that are rental buildings. So I think we're going to see more rental buildings over the course of time. And I think you'll see the vacancy rate move higher from 2.2. Question for staff. The building condition assessment, what that does is it looks at the building. But I live in a condo myself. I've been the treasurer of our condo corp. I was for about 8 years, involved in lots of reserve fund studies. A reserve fund study would look at more than just the building. It'll look at other assets like parking lots. It'll look at storm sewer systems. It'll look at issues involving more than just the building. So my question to staff is, why did we not include a condition that not just that it be a building assessment, but also the equivalent of a reserve fund study looking at all the assets of the condominium corporation, not just the building?
Through the chair to the question, the way the policy is written does include within the building condition assessment report that the common elements would need to be reviewed as well and assessed.
Also looking at other municipalities, the 3% CMHC vacancy rate is commonly used as a threshold at which additional information has to be provided by the applicant to justify their application. Some municipalities absolutely prohibit a condominium conversion application if the rates say less than 1.5% or 2%. What is staff's advice whether we should or might consider something like that?
Through the chair to the question. So it is a great question, and we did carefully consider whether or not we would want to prohibit based on a threshold. And while municipalities have varying strengths of language, either discouraging, prohibiting, or encouraging, based on a threshold, staff are recommending a more balanced approach. And that's based on a couple of factors. So as I previously mentioned, so we know there are gaps in the data. And then beyond that, we don't have any other technical data to provide justification for what a vacancy rate threshold should be for the city. And case law has shown that without that technical justification, a hard prohibition based on a threshold is difficult to support. And then, secondly, the other municipalities where you may see a more strict prohibition are facing greater pressures with more condominium conversions applications coming in through their departments. So that's primarily why staff are recommending using the 3% vacancy rate as a practical trigger to require additional analysis and enable more comprehensive and evidence-based decision-making.
Last question for you. Other municipalities that use that 3% threshold, they also add to that it's been 3% for at least one of the last annual CMHC vacancy reports or the last two annual CMHC vacancy reports. What will our policy provide? Does it have to be at 3% for some period of time, or is it if in 1 month it hits 3.3% or 3.1, then the condominium conversion can proceed?
Through the chair to the question, the policy recommends that the vacancy rate at the time of the a complete application be the percent that's assessed. So it doesn't include averages over a number of years.
Okay. Any other debate or discussion? I'm going to ask somebody else to get in the chair. I'm going to move an amendment.
All right, I got the chair back. Mayor Davis, I understand you have
All
an
right,
amendment.
I'm going to move an amendment seeking a seconder that the provision regarding 3%, that there be a proviso added to that it's at or above 3% for the preceding 12-month period. Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. Second that.
I see that seconded by Councillor Carpenter. Did you want to speak to that?
I think everybody appreciates what it is we're trying to do.
Would anyone like to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, we'll call the vote on the amendment, please.
The amendment carries on a recorded vote of 10-0. Those voting in favor: Councillor Sullivan, Sicoli, Sless, Caputo, McCreary, Hunt, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, Samwell, and Mayor Davis. Those opposed: Councillor Martin.
Any discussion to the resolution as amended? Mayor Davis.
Yeah, I also wanted to very much thank staff. This was an effort that Councillor Carpenter and I together really pushed hard and advocated for. We're very pleased to see that staff have prepared this. It's taken about 18 months to do this, and that's because when you bring forward these kinds of policies, you have to do it very carefully. Otherwise, it could easily be struck down by the court. So I think you've done an excellent job in the prep work for this. And clearly, it is a policy that we should have. That's how you one way in which you protect your rental stock, your rental inventory in your community. I agree with Councillor Hunt. There's a very large portion of our community and residents in our community that rely upon rental accommodation. There's nothing worse, I suspect, than you're living in a rental building and you get the notice it's being converted to a condominium, and then you lose your sense of security of your home, that it could be in the course of 12 to 18 months, it could be sold out from underneath you, and you're then dealing with a new owner who may want to occupy the unit, and that might create all kinds of issues for you. So, however, I accept the fact that condominium conversions can actually make sense in certain circumstances and may actually create a fund of money that can be used to actually improve a building and make essential repairs where sometimes it's difficult to do that in rent controlled buildings. So this strikes the right balance, discouraging unnecessary condominium conversions that are really driven by, let's be honest, greed. And we'll have condominium conversions proceeding only in situations where it doesn't affect significantly the amount of affordable rental inventory in our community. So very pleased to support it.
Counselor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to correct some of the things the mayor said. If someone's renting a unit at the time of conversion, they have protection from the Tenancy Act that they can stay there as long as they wish. They can't be evicted because the owner wants to move in, and they can't be evicted if the unit is sold again. They have that kind of protection from the tenant authority. So it's not as big a deal as what the mayor made it out to be, that if the building becomes condo, anybody who was renting at the time has all those protections, and they're allowed to stay there until they decide to move out. They can't be forced out unless they stop paying the rent or some other reason, but they can't be evicted for the owner's use or for a new owner's use if it changes hand again.
Counselor Carpenter.
The circumstances that previous speaker just spoke about, it's on specific buildings that are of a specific age. I believe it's before 1966. As memory serves me correctly, anything built after that, it doesn't apply. It's like anything else. If you buy a unit or a home, any property, and you want to move in, you can give the tenants the proper notification, which would be 60 days notice or 90 days notice, whatever it might be at the case. But that's the ones before 66, you can, their tenant can stay there no matter what, as I understand it. So just to clarify, Mayor was quite correct. Thank you.
Counselor Caputo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we're on the topic, do we have any legal opinion on this date, time, or whatever? If, for instance, I happen to be a resident in a building and someone has decided to sell it and I use my squatter's rights for argument's sake, does the rent go up? Does it stay the same? What legalities all play into form here? So just want to see if we can get some clarity.
Through the chair to the question. Sorry, can you clarify? Are you asking if once the building is converted, if someone, so my understanding of the legislation in the Residential Tenancies Act is that, actually, I might defer this to Kim, if that's okay.
I guess if for clarity, I guess we've got what was commented by Councillor Martin, and we have dates specified by Councillor Carpenter. I just want to know if we can get something clarified as to what it is. And then again, if either way, what happens to an individual's rent if someone decides to buy a condo and they convert it? Does it go up because it's new owner, or does it stay current because maybe for rental for the Control Act? So just to get some clarity.
Through the chair, Kim Jolly, city solicitor. If it's helpful, counselor, we can prepare a legal memo with that sort of confidential legal advice prior to the council meeting to give you that clarity.
Thank you.
Counselor Van Tilburg.
Yeah, so if I could give them that clarity, both with the lease and say without a lease, if someone's renting a condo and doesn't have a lease. I can get the answers to that when it comes back.
Seeing no further speakers, let's call the vote on this item.
Mayor Davis, just waiting on your vote. Item 5.1 carries on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councilors Sullivan, Sokoli, Celeste, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, Samwell, and Mayor Davis.
Great. We'll now move forward into the delegation portion of the evening. So we do have 6 registered delegates on tonight's agenda. Mayor Davis already sort of went through the rules of decorum for our delegation process, but I'll just reinstate that when you are here to delegate, we're going to make sure that we're using polite and respectful language, that we're refraining from the use of any language or making any gesture that might be offensive or disrespectful. And all persons addressing council shall only speak to the item to which is in debate and not to any other item. Okay, so we will begin our delegation portion. I'll invite Gurdev Mundy up. So Mr. Mundy, just have a seat. Press the button. When it lights up red, you are live. You will have 10 minutes inclusive of questions from this committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mayor and respected councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you for a few moments. My name is Gurdev Mundi, and I represent the ownership of Amberley Place and a number of residents and families who could not be here or could not register their submissions in time. I have the letters and the petition in my hand, so if possible, we could pass it on to the city staff whenever it's appropriate. My primary role at Amberley Place is to ensure safety and well-being of our residents. In that respect, I submit that the proposed lane closure, if it interferes with our site plan amendment application to put a gate at the rear so that the resident can go for a walk, if this lane closure interferes with that application, we strongly oppose it. This move will force our residents to unsafely walk along St. Paul sidewalk. There is no buffer between the sidewalk and the heavy St. Paul traffic. Indeed, one of the residents fell on a live lane to the roadway only a few weeks ago. Thankfully, the approaching vehicles had enough time to stop and lift the resident to safety. Such incidents can occur again, possibly with more devastating outcome. Residents are now afraid to go for a walk on the sidewalk by St. Paul. Should our request be granted to install a gate and this lane be closed, we will take the following steps to mitigate any impact on residents of the Strand. Number 1, we will prohibit our staff from parking on the Strand and access the facility. We have it in writing from all the staff that they will comply with our request and order. And serious consequences will follow if they do not comply with it. More than half of our staff takes public transit anyway, and there's sufficient parking on site for the staff who do drive. Number 2, we will undertake to keep clean the rear access from the stand to our property. Number 3, the gate will be open only during daylight hours. Any other reasonable restriction from the city will be welcome. We have always been sensitive neighbors' concerns. I give a few examples. During rezoning and design stage of the building, we thoroughly consulted with our neighbors under Councillor Celeste's leadership. Thank you, Councillor Celeste, for being there for us. We made numerous changes to accommodate their wishes, such as building a seniors facility rather than student housing. limiting the three-story height rather than four, relocating the waste bin at the front rather than at the rear, putting up a tall privacy fence with double bolts to ensure privacy, changing the parking lights to lit only the driveway with the minimum impact on neighbors. I realize that certain neighbors may have been upset with prolonged construction. Trust me, it was definitely not in our interest to prolong it. As a matter of fact, it was costing us dearly the longer it went. However, certain factors were out of our control, such as COVID compliance protocol, supply chain issues, crane operators strike, etc. During construction, we attempted to keep our neighbors apprised. Again, I thank Councillor Celeste who arranged a group phone call to listen to and address neighbors' concerns. We also left letters at many neighbors' doors to call us or visit for any concerns. Only one resident neighbor took up our offer. We gave him a tour of the construction site. He was quite satisfied with what he saw. It is my understanding that he communicated his satisfaction to the ward councillors with an email. My staff, nor my company, will benefit from the closing of the gate, the lane, and putting a rear gate. Only the residents will. I ask that please let us do our job to keep our residents safe by avoiding walks on St. Paul sidewalk and not closing the rear lane. Amberley has been a good corporate citizen for over 3 decades. We have done numerous things in the city, and we have a list of maybe 20 things that we have done, fundraising, etc. And in conclusion, I request for the safety of our residents that the lane closure behind Amberley Place property not be approved, especially if it precludes and jeopardizes our request to put a pedestrian gate for Amberley residents. Thank you.
Mr. Mundy, we do have a question for you from one of the councillors, Councillor McCreary.
Madam Chair, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for bringing so many smiling faces with you. Could you reiterate what you said about your employees parking on the street?
There was a concern, Councillor, that the staff could use that gate to access the property by leaving their vehicles on the strand.
Okay.
So we have gotten a signature from them that we will not park on the strand to access the facility. We have plenty of parking for them on site, and half the staff does not even drive anyway.
Is there a consequence in your agreement with them if they do park on the street?
Yeah, they will be punished for that. Number one, they will be given warnings if they repeat.
Sorry, given a what?
We will be warning them not to do so. After the second warning, they will be let go.
Have you referred to the Employment Standards Act?
There is a disciplinary procedure under our union contract, Councillor, which we will follow. If you follow those steps, then yes, they will be terminated.
Thank you.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. So, thank you for coming. So basically, what you're concerned about is if the laneway behind you is sold off or given to the neighbors, it'll be private property. You won't have access out the back of Amberley Place, and the only access for residents to go for a walk, which is healthy for them, is to use the sidewalk, the busy sidewalk in front of St. Paul's Ave to get to the side streets where it's safe to walk. Would that be fair?
Yes, Councillor. Through a chair, yes, it's fair that they will be a lot safer accessing the strand from the rear of our property rather than going on St. Paul Avenue and then going around.
And currently, because it's a city-owned property, the city could grant access, safe access for residents of Amberley Place to access the neighborhood for a walk through the back gate onto the city property from your property.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, that is true.
And that's what you're looking for. Thank you.
Counselor Hunt.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Mundy. I'm just, I'm thinking, if you have an emergency evacuation right now at Amberley, do all of your residents have to go out the front onto St. Paul Ave, or are they able to exit the rear of the property?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, we have an evacuation plan, which is part of the overall fire safety plan, which requires us to have access to the church behind us. I don't have the address. I think it's on Peter Street. That's our assembly point in the event of an emergency of that nature. So to avoid going on St. Paul and around, that access was there, and it's necessary to have that access for emergency exit.
So you do require a gate at the back in order for
Yes, Councillor.
for people to, so if they can't, if there's a fire, for example, and your residents can't immediately go back in the building, then they have to go out the rear of your property. Otherwise, they have to go out via St. Paul Ave.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
So I do have another speaker in the queue, but we have 10 seconds left. It'd be 10 minutes. Unless someone wants to move.
Well,
Mayor Davis.
Yeah, I think Councilor Van Tilburg and myself both want to ask questions. And I would move that we extend the time period by 5 minutes.
Seconded by Counselor Van Tilburg. We'll call the vote on that.
The motion to extend the time carries an recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Sullivan, Sokoli, Celeste, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, Samwell, and Mayor Davis.
Lucky you, Mr. Mundy. You get another 5 minutes up here. Mayor Davis.
Mr. Mundy, how many employees do you have?
At any given point in time, there would be 6 to 7 employees working, but only 2 at night. In the day shift, the heaviest shift, about 6 employees.
And is that every day, 7 days a week?
Yes,
And the day shift, what is that a 12-hour shift, 10-hour shift? What is it?
they are 7.5 hour shifts. This mayor starting with at 7:30 of 7 o'clock. And in the afternoon, there are only 4 employees.
And do you stagger the day shifts? Like, do you have some people starting at 7:30, some starting at 8:30?
Some staggering could happen, but generally speaking, it's from 7 in the morning at 3 and then 3 to 11.
And just so I understand, how many during the day shift? You said 6 or 7 on the day shift?
In the morning, if the morning shift, Mr. Mayor, the nurses, the cleaning staff, the cooks and the server, yeah, they were 6 in the daytime, like from 7 to 3. And after 3, the number declines because the cleaners are gone. The servers, we only need 2 servers at night. So the bulk of the staff is only in the morning shift from 7 to 3.
So how many in the 3 to 11 shift? 3?
3,
And what about the 11 to 7?
2.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Counselor Van Tilburg.
Yes, so right now, because I'm not really familiar with the whole situation, is there access to the Strand as it is right now?
Through the chair, no, Councillor, we don't.
So there hasn't been people at this time in the present parking on the Strand to go to your facilities. That be correct?
Right now, Councillor, or previously?
Previously.
No, they never did.
Okay. The only thing that I might ask you is, did you speak with a lawyer before handing out a letter saying don't park on the Strand, you could be fired as disciplinary action?
Through the chair, no, Councillor, we didn't.
Well, I suggest that you might wish to look into that. That would be probably very legal. And you can't do that. That responsibility actually falls on us, and we would have to deal with where people park on public property. Just, you may have handed that out, but that unfortunately has no effect. So thank you for clarifying those things. And currently you have plenty of parking on your facility. Is that correct from what I heard?
To the chair, yes, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
I see no further questions for you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deb, nice to see you. You have a couple of questions. On the actual parking issue. So you certainly have enough parking for staff and everybody's there. People visiting the residents, where are they currently parking now?
To the chair, we have accommodation for, visitor parking as well. At the time of our application for expansion, the staff determined as to how many, parking spaces we would require, and we have provided those.
So we don't have any issues with parking on the Strand or anything? That's what you're trying to say, there won't be any issues going forward with it?
Through the chair, no, Councillor, there we see no issue whatsoever.
So another thing too has to do with the actual plan for the gate. You actually, right now, just checking out something real fast, apologize. You've applied to have a gate, but right now it's still deemed incomplete to the city planning department. Is there anything that you're actually gonna do to actually bring that plan forward?
We have, through the chair, we have submitted an application for site plan amendment allowing us to put a gate. Since the city owns 1 foot strip, I understand, so we are seeking permission to allow us to access Strand through their city property.
Thank you.
I have 15 seconds. Councillor McCurry, did you want to?
Sir, how many parking spots do you have on site?
Offhand, I don't say, through the chair, I don't remember offhand. We had 21, but we added about 19 more, so there are between 30 and 40 spots.
Our time has expired and I see no further questions in the queue. So you're out of the hot seat now. You can have a seat and we'll call up the next delegate. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I will call up April Sands. April will be speaking to item 7.1.10, the lane closing and conveyance on the Strand. Now, Ms. Sands, you have 10 minutes. That's inclusive of questions. Perfect. You have the floor.
Okay, my name is April Sands and I'm a First Nation Walpole Island Chippewa, and I reside at Amber Place. And I didn't know the gate was a situation until they came, your people came from here about a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, that I didn't even know there was a gate because I only started living there since October of 24. And I'm active. I walk, I swim, and I jog. And right now, if I have to walk outside, I have to use St. Paul, which is so, it scares me because they go like crazy. They drive down that street so fast, it's not funny. And it's not just cars, it's trucks, buses, everybody that travels on that road is not safe. And yesterday I walked around to see where the gate was, where that, what do you call them, driveways here? Where the driveway was where the gate should be. And I saw that there was a little sidewalk adjacent to the driveway. And I thought, well, you know, all right, you know, I could walk on there and feel safer. Because the time I walked down that Strand Street, I guess it's called, not one car passed me. And I was walking on the sidewalk, going and coming back, not one car. And I thought, well, this definitely is better. And I said, when I have to go on St. Paul, they go by so fast, they blow my hair. And when I have to cross the street to go across to the market, I push the button and I stay behind that post where you push the button because they are traveling so fast. I don't want to get hit. And I said, I haven't seen any cars jump that little curb. And I said, there is no barrier between me and that curb and that street, as far as I'm concerned. And if we had that gate open in the back, it would be great. I feel, I wouldn't feel threatened. Right now I feel threatened and and I'm a senior and I'm not getting any younger. And now I just heard that you want to close that driveway and not have an accessible path for the seniors to leave. Now, the other night, 2 nights ago, the alarm went off at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning at Amber Place. And the fire truck pulls up we have like a little turnabout, a little half driveway in the front of the building, and that's right where the fire truck pulls up. And I said, well, shoot, if there's really something happening here and they bring out the hoses, no resident could get out there. And I walk independent. And I said, and I would have a hard time going over those hoses to get out to be safe. And I said, there's no safe place to go if that building's on fire because there's no gate to exit out to Strand. And there's not a whole lot of people that walk. I just happen to be one of them. And I know just a handful that walk. And they always feel threatened on St. Paul because there's no gate access. But my main thing is that, in case of an emergency and something happens to that building, catches on fire, where are we supposed to go? We're trapped there with no gate. And then now with the thought of that little driveway being closed, it just makes it more dangerous for us. And there's a lot of people on walkers and wheelchairs that have no place to go in case of an emergency. And hopefully it will never happen, but you never know because we just had that thing happen 2 nights ago with that fire truck pulling up in the front. And when I saw over there, when they came, they talked about that driveway having a parking issue. And I said, well, I didn't see any signs that said no parking. And I'm not familiar with the laws here in Canada because I left here when I was 12 and lived in the States, California. And I saw in California where they have signs that say no parking will be towed at your own expense. And I didn't see that sign, nor have I looked around because I'm just walking to see any signs like that posted. And even driving here, I didn't see any signs like that about no parking. And oh yeah, and when I go on St. Paul and I push the button, I always stand by that pole, what I just said, because I'm afraid to stand on the curb. In California, I always stood on the curb. I grew up standing on the curb and I never felt threatened because they don't drive as fast. They drive fast on the highway, the interstates and all that, but on the city streets, young people did. I'll have to admit, I did too when I was a young person, but I've learned to slow down. Barely. But you don't understand because you don't have access to that street because you don't even need it. Nobody lives around that area except us, the elder people. And some of them, they have the walkers and they do the best they can to exercise because we know it's important to stay strong in our bodies. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Ms. Sands, I don't have any questions for
Oh.
you.
If you have a question, you have to speak up because I couldn't hear you sitting over there.
We don't have any questions for you,
Okay,
so
thank you.
if
Thank
anything,
you.
you can have a seat and we'll move forward.
And I
to-
shut this off?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much. Up next, I will ask Regine Petro to come forward, speaking to item 7.1.10, the lane closing and conveyance on the Strand. Ms. Petro, you have 10 minutes. That's inclusive of questions from this committee. And speak loudly so that everyone can hear you, okay?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. Good evening, Chair Sicoli, Mayor Davis, members of council and staff. My name is Rajan Petro, better known as Gigi Petro, and I am the president of the Residents Council at Amberley Place. I'm here on behalf of all the residents of Amberley Place Retirement Home, a lovely group of people like myself who, despite our age, still enjoy fresh air, a good stroll, and staying out of the way of oncoming traffic. Now, I understand there is a report before you this evening recommending that the city-owned laneway behind our property be closed and given to the neighboring homeowners. And I know that for the folks who live there, it may seem like a bit of underused space. But for us at Amberley, that little laneway could mean the difference between safety and serious concern. Amberley has recently applied to the city for a secured gate to be installed at the back. This isn't just so we can sneak out for a walk, although avoiding St. Paul Avenue with its speeding cars and honking horns is definitely a perk. The truth is, it's also about fire safety. If a fire were to break out on the front of the building, and wouldn't you know, it's that where the kitchen is, residents wouldn't be evacuated out the back. Residents would be evacuated out the back. But without a gate, we are trapped like little seniors in a very polite cage. And at our age, running and hopping fences just isn't an option. So I am here to stop lane closing because it may affect our ability to get a gate for safe walking. Please give us time to get this sorted. Let's make sure we aren't closing off an important exit before we fully looked at the big picture. I know you care about doing the right thing, and this feels like one of those moments where a little patience can go a long way. Thank you for your time, your services, and for listening.
Councillor Carpenter, you do have one question.
Thank you. So you're the president of the resident council and you meet monthly with the residents and bring up their concerns, do you? And thank you for that role. Thank you. That's what you meet monthly, do you?
I'm sorry.
Do you meet once a month with the resident council or every 2 months? Well, how often do you meet as a residents council?
No, we have monthly resident council, yeah.
And your job is to represent the residents and their concerns.
Yes,
Thank you for doing that.
thank you.
Seeing no further questions for you, Gigi, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next. Oh, we'll shut the microphone off. Up next, I'll welcome, speaking to the same item, 7.1.10, we have Jay Allen, Shelley Drake, Rebecca and Daryl Forrester, and Paul Muldoon. So once situated, I'll just have you push the button. When it lights up red, then you're live and on the air. You'll have 10 minutes to present, and that's inclusive of questions of this committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Jay Allen. These are some of my neighbors that have been on the Strand for quite some time. As most of you know, Henderson Survey is one of the most sought after neighborhoods in all of Brantford, and it's peaceful and beautiful there. My family has been part of the Henderson survey for a long time. I still have the original purchase agreement and deed that my grandfather received when he bought the land from Dr. Henderson in 1945. Our house was the first one to start construction in the survey. And as for some of you that know me, my family has been here for quite some time. The lane that we're here to discuss today has a file that goes back with the city since the 70s. It's been an ongoing issue. A lot of the old lanes in the city are currently owned or once owned by the city are being privatized due to the cost of upkeep and liability to the city. This lane is no different. What city staff has proposed is to privatize the lane for the following addresses on the Strand: 19, 15, and 13. But it doesn't include 7, which is directly affected by this privatization. And the residents of Paul and Helen Muldoon. Helen is beside me right now, which I have a statement from her husband, Paul, that I'm going to read in a minute. On several occasions per year, we have vehicles not from our street driving down the lane and realize that there is no way to make the turn around the corner. This happens quite a lot, actually. I've had 2 vehicles this year alone that have drove through my entire yard, out the front of my house, through my front yard. They realize that they have to back up, so they just drive out the easiest way out, and it just happens to be my yard. It's pretty disconcerting. Because this lane is adjacent to the cemetery, we've had some homeless people attempt to start encampments in the laneway. It's been disconcerting. Privatizing would allow us to ask them to leave as it's private property, but right now we can't because it's public property. We had homeless people enter down the back of the property. I have cameras in the back of my house because of it, that have tried to gain entrance to my garage, as well as the Simmonses, as well as the rooftop terrace that we currently have. We'd like to limit this exposure as much as we can. To issue a gate at the rear of Amberlea Retirement Home, you will hear tonight that some of the residents from the home and members of the community have the same rights to use Regent Park down the road. We couldn't agree more, and they still have that ability to use that. One of the things that we've realized is a gate has never been an issue before the renovation and expansion of Amberlea. We're not sure why it is now. The parking at the back of Amberlea has been a bit of an issue, especially when it came to the construction. But, and I kind of want to state something quickly. I do have a great deal of empathy for the elderly. When I took over my family home on the Strand just a little over 8 years ago, it was to look after my parents. My dad with Parkinson's disease was confined to a walker and a wheelchair. He was no longer able to keep up the house. He passed 3 years ago with pancreatic cancer, but my mom, who suffers from MS, still lives with us. She's confined to a walker and then a wheelchair when she leaves the house. So when we renovated the house, we put a ramp in the house to better facilitate her because we knew what was going to be happening in the future. So you'll hear tonight that the gate, that there was a gate before the renovation, and some of the terminology that should be, it should be grandfathered. I haven't heard that. So the truth is that there was a gate previous to the renovation and expansion. It was locked 24/7 since 1995, never opened. It's never been an issue before. Even the residents of the Strand weren't able to access the gate if some of the balls and frisbees from the Muldoon's property was sent over the fence. They would have to walk around, just like the residents of Amberlea, to fetch those balls and frisbees. We've endured a lot as residents of the Strand when it comes to Amberlea. We were promised that the construction would only be 2 years. It was well over 4.5. For whatever reason, 4.5 years of muck, dirt, garbage. During COVID, there was PPE equipment that was scattered everywhere with people parking out on the street, whether it was staff, residents, families, or otherwise. Our concern is that this could happen again if a gate is granted. It's easier to park on the Strand Ave than it is to even get into the building at the front. There's no question about that. The packages that everybody received today will be the pictures that were taken during COVID, but also subsequently after construction was just coming to completion. You'll see delivery trucks that are blocking our driveways so they could deliver food. Our concern as residents that this will start again. If they have access for a gate, it starts as a pedestrian gate, or does it go from there? We don't know, but we don't want to find out either. Our street has been very quiet. We'd like it to remain that way. We feel a business is trying to gain access to residential street for staff overflow parking and otherwise. One of the things that I do have empathy to people that do want to remain active, and there are a few faces here tonight that I do see walking down the street. I spend a lot of time in my yard, and I think it's great that they do get out. I spoke to the store manager at Metro this morning. He's aware that some of the staff are using the parking lot at the grocery store because it's easier. Now, I don't know what all the cars are doing and how many spots are actually available at Amberlea because I haven't counted them. We would never question anything that would jeopardize the safety of anyone that has anything to do with going out for a walk. Well, one of the questions that we'd ask as residents is, because of the climate that we live in, how often would they be using that gate to go out and walk? 3, 4 months before they're not going to use it, before it becomes just a gate for others to use? As far as the parking is concerned, there are no parking signs, and we would like it to stay that way, so our friends and family can park in the front of our homes as they have for years. We just feel that commercial properties need to remain commercial. We understand that the residents of Brantford should be treated fairly, but they're living in a very crowded commercial building. We feel that we should be treated fairly as well, and our street has resumed peace and quiet, and we'd like to keep it that way. So Paul and Helen Muldoon have been impacted the most by this for-profit commercial business. Paul was unable to attend before issued a statement, and if it's okay with you, can I read that? Okay. Please accept this letter as my protest against allowing gate access from Amberlea to the Strand Ave. We have lived at the location for 20 years. The Strand, like the rest of Henderson Survey, enjoys large lots, mature trees, and a quiet suburban lifestyle. This lifestyle has been disrupted with the construction of Amberlea expansion. During the years of the construction, access to the Strand was provided on a temporary basis to Amberlea until normal operations could continue at the facility. While the access was open, there would be cars parked as close to the access as possible. The front of our house was always busy with cars, truck deliveries, and Amberlea resident pickups by small bus. On one occasion, we had a car park on the grass as there was no parking in the street or in their lot. Our boulevard had become repaired several times by the city due to the damage caused by cars parking on the boulevard. All of these things had removed the quiet suburban lifestyle we were used to enjoying. In our case, we also have a 3-story building complete with balconies overlooking our backyard. To try and salvage some enjoyment of our property, we've built several screens and structures to block lines of sight and the commercial lighting that now hits our bedroom windows and backyard. The fence was not solid and allowed an unacceptable amount of commercial light to come into our yard. Family room, kitchen, all night long. Our efforts to Amberlea proof our backyard has cost me approximately $20,000 over the course of a few years. Getting back to the gate issue. Amberlea did have a gate on the old fence, but it was locked. Anyone who tells you otherwise is flat out lying. When our kids were younger, we often had balls and toys end up over the fence. I could never retrieve them by way of the gate as it was locked. In the 20 years that we've lived here, the residents have never needed access to the Strand. In addition, I don't believe a gate's usage would be limited to elderly residents accessing the park. Further to that, I've always been told that Amberlea can never have access to the Strand, and it's in writing. Yet here we are debating the issue again. I think this has become politicized now, and we have members from outside our ward now weighing in on what should be done in Ward 2 and making decisions directly impacting the enjoyment of property for myself, my family, and my neighbors. From the beginning of this, I have always said that commercial interests and residential interests are in conflict. To appease one, you alienate the other, as they don't coexist well together. I ask that you help us protect the heritage of Henderson Survey and do not allow commercial interests to further infiltrate our streets and our neighborhood. Kind regards, Paul Muldoon. When the fence was initially built, at the conclusion of the construction, the fence was constructed with 8-foot sections, except for one section that was posted at 30.
Mr. Allen, you've just exceeded 10 minutes.
Okay.
I do see someone putting forward an opportunity. Are you looking to extend?
A motion to allow him to finish. I think he's just got half a page to read.
How long are you putting on the floor? 5?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, seconded by Counselor Caputo. We'll have to call the vote on that.
The motion to waive the rules carries on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sullivan, Sokoli, Slash, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Van Tilborg, Samwell, and Mayor Davis.
We've added another 5 minutes.
Thank you. Through the chair. I thought 10 minutes was going to be plenty of time. I can't believe how fast it went through, so I'll try and keep this as quick as I can. The package each of you received includes not only statements from the residents regarding this matter, but pictures of the parking that has taken place during construction, ruts in the boulevards. I needed to leave stakes up on for the cars in front of my parking because they would park right up on my boulevard. Delivery trucks blocking driveways, operation lifting, picking up residents and dropping them off. The drivers all stated that it's easier picking them up at the back here than going in from the front because of how busy King George Road is. Staff would go out there for lunch, conclude their lunch, throw their garbage out of their cars onto our street. We're not sure that that's not going to happen again. It's human nature. Smoking area. There are pictures that are out in your packages that you can see cigarette butts that were on Paul and Helen's lawn. They would go to the edge of the property, have their smoke breaks, and discard their cigarette butts on Paul and Helen's lawn. How is that even fair? If they're allowed to use that gate for that, doesn't matter whether it's parking or otherwise, they will do it. When the fence was initially built, there was 8-foot sections. We saw where there was a 36-inch section that we knew was a provision for a gate. When we approached them about this, they said, oh no, we're not putting a gate in there. Well, why would you put 2 extra posts and 2 extra holes in there if you weren't going to put a gate in? Months later, we witnessed that a cement sidewalk was put right up to the fence, right where the gate would go. All this time they were told, do not install a gate. So why would you spend the money on the sidewalk right up to the gate? We believe that their intention was always to put a gate in. Just this past, I was home on May 1st of this year and witnessed Dev, Ruby, and a contractor measuring section of the fence on the residence side of the fence. You'll see the picture. There's 3 of them that I sent in. Ruby approached me and asked why I was taking pictures of them. I said flat out, because you guys are looking to put a gate in that fence and you've been told repeatedly not to. That's why I'm taking pictures of it. She stated that it's for the safety of the residents and for a rally point if ever the building needed to be evacuated, which we would understand, but there's no reason that they can't evacuate to the dentist's office right next door. There is space for a gate that goes into another commercial property instead of into a residential property. If you look at the overhead pictures, you'll be able to see it clearly. At the back of the building, there is a green space where people can enjoy some fresh air, but if there is an evacuation notice, they can rally there. Ruby said to me at that point that the rallying point was Queensway United Church. That's over 1 kilometer away from Amberley. When I asked her about it, she changed the subject pretty quickly. At that point, we asked Councillor Celeste to get on the phone, and the 3 of us had a discussion. What we said was, let's just leave this thing the way that we can. It's not to be talked about. Planning department came down that day, had a conversation with the management at Amberley, officially no gate. May 13, there was another meeting with members of the City Planning Committee, Councillor Celeste, Dev, the owner, Ruby, and the Executive Director, the President of the Residents Committee. They were told that there shouldn't be a gate. May 15th, 3 days later, that construction crew that was there earlier that month was back to tear down the gate. I took pictures of it. It's in your packages. When I approached the construction people about what they were doing, they said, oh, we're here to install a gate. I went into Amberley and said to Ruby, what's happening here? You're not supposed to be able to building a gate. She said to me, I quote, oh, Dev must have forgotten to tell the construction people not to come. The residents of the Strand are buying it. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is permission. And the fact that it was the Friday before a long weekend, there's probably a good bet that the city staff wasn't working. Well, they were. And they came down that day to have another conversation with Amberley to say, don't build the gate. So regardless of the safety, regardless of people going for a walk, we don't believe anything that's being said to us, and we've endured this for 4.5 years. So if it starts out as a pedestrian gate, where does it end? What we would like is our street to remain quiet, like it is today. And privatizing that lane will allow us to have our peace and tranquility again. Thank you.
Seeing no questions for you. Well, thank you. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
And we'll be dealing with this shortly. At this time, I am going to call a quick 5-minute recess for refreshment and to allow some of our individuals in the room to exit should they wish. Okay?
Well, what do you think so far?
Members of the committee, we're going to start in a minute. All right, we'll now call this meeting back to order after our break. We have two more delegations that we're going to be hearing from. So at this point, I would like to introduce Ben Deignan from Brantford Brant Norfolk, Ontario Health Team. He'll be delegating to item 7.1.2, which is Primary Care Access Program. As a reminder, you have 10 minutes. That's inclusive of questions from this committee.
Hi, I think this is working now. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Ben Deignan, and I'm here today in strong support of the recommended next steps outlined in the Primary Care Access Program. As the executive lead of the Brantford Brant Norfolk Ontario Health Team, I work closely with local health and social service provider organizations, including hospitals, community support providers, mental health agencies, and primary care providers in our region to build a more connected, effective, and efficient local healthcare system. I'm here today to talk about primary care. Primary care is the foundation of our healthcare system. It's where people go first for help with their health, whether it's for a new concern, managing a chronic condition, getting preventative care, or to be referred to a specialist. Primary care is generally overseen by a family doctor or a nurse practitioner. When primary care is accessible, individuals stay healthier and pressure on hospitals and emergency rooms is reduced. I'm fortunate tonight to be joined in the audience by my colleague, Dr. Danielle Major, a local family physician and chair of the Brantford Brant Norfolk Primary Care Council, who helps to lead our local primary care strategy, in addition to her day-to-day job of caring for members of our community. Dr. Major will keep me honest, and my hope is that she could answer any hard questions that you might have, although I understand now that might break protocol. Like many areas of the province, Brantford Brant Norfolk is facing a shortage of family physicians and nurse practitioners. More than 26,000 people across this region have no primary care provider, and this number is growing. The city of Brantford is the largest population center in our catchment, and as you well know, is growing rapidly. This is a burning platform. There are two main strategies that we need to consider. The first is not necessarily new. We need to train and recruit new healthcare professionals. Secondly, we need to support existing providers to grow their practices and maximize their capacity. Fortunately, enhancing team-based primary care can solve both. Team-based care is where physicians and nurse practitioners practice alongside other healthcare professionals, such as dietitians, nurses, social workers, kinesiologists, pharmacists, and others. These are the types of settings where new graduates are now trained in. Increasingly, after graduation, new graduates prefer practicing in team-based environments compared to the traditional independent practice model. Team-based primary care is where the primary care sector is going. Unfortunately, Brantford Brant Norfolk has one of the lowest current rates of team-based primary care attachment in the province. Only 18% of our residents have access to team-based primary care. This compares to neighboring regions of southwestern Ontario with greater than 80% attachment to team-based primary care. This inequity puts us at a disadvantage in both recruiting new practitioners and ensuring residents have timely access to the care that they need. The province of Ontario recognizes the importance of transforming and enhancing the primary care system and has committed $2.1 billion over the next 4 years to expand and strengthen team-based primary care. The Brantford Brant Norfolk Ontario Health Team is actively working to ensure that our region is well positioned to attract a fair share of that investment. A strengthened partnership with the city through the strategies proposed in the Primary Care Access Program will help us demonstrate local leadership and alignment, both of which are essential in convincing the province to invest here. While the funding of healthcare services is a provincial responsibility, local investment will help us significantly in the short term. As it stands now, we lag behind our peers in team-based care. And the coming months will see a very competitive recruitment environment. Your support will help us in establishing a foundation for team-based care and create unique and innovative training environments for new healthcare professionals. It's particularly encouraging to be involved in conversations about the new Fox Ridge development for this purpose. All of these initiatives can convince the province as well as future healthcare professionals that the city is fully supportive and an encouraging environment to live, work, and play. Together, we can build a modern team-based primary care system that better serves the people of Brantford and strengthens the foundation of our entire local healthcare system. Thank you for your time and for considering this important opportunity.
Thank you. And I do have a question from Councillor Carpenter.
Ben, thanks for coming. How long have we been working on the Brantford Brant Norfolk Ontario Health Team?
We're coming up on 5 years.
5 years. Now, that's the predecessor was the local integrated health network, the LIN, that was sort of more or less operated out of Hamilton.
That's correct. Ontario Health Teams were established along the same timeline that local health integration networks were disbanded.
And the Brantford Brant Norfolk Ontario Health Team sort of aligned with organizations that have already been working together in that region.
That's correct.
Okay. So this hub will actually encourage the health team based care and encourage people to learn there, and there'll be a lot of education that'll be involved, and then we will likely keep those professionals here because they learn while they are living here.
That's correct. We know from the literature that where people practice and receive their education, there's a greater likelihood that they stay in the community where they receive their education and training.
Thank you to you for leading that team and all the volunteers that are serving on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McCreary.
Welcome. Thank you for coming. Would you say that young doctors are more interested in practicing medicine than practicing business?
Sorry, can you repeat that? There's something blowing above me.
I know it's the air conditioning system. After you stick around, you can have a word with our staff later. So would you say that young doctors are more interested in practicing medicine than in practicing the business of being in business?
Increasingly, what the literature suggests is that new graduates have more of an interest in doing clinical work and less interest in owning businesses, running businesses. Yes.
And more likely to welcome a turnkey opportunity to practice medicine as part of a team with support staff.
That's correct.
Yeah. That's why this is an ideal situation for us, right? And we did have a physician recruitment committee for many years, and I'm sure you're aware of that. And although we had some fair success, we were competing against places like Toronto with much bigger budgets who could offer, correct me if I'm wrong, financial inducements.
I'm not familiar with the details of incentive programs across the province. I am aware of a few in different municipalities. Generally, I think the understanding is that incentives are really not a long-term strategy. And it's something that can raise costs and not necessarily lead to the outcomes that you're hoping to achieve.
It's like free agency.
Something like that.
Thanks for coming.
And I see no further questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And last but not least,
I'd like to welcome up our final delegates. It's John Odie, Elizabeth Lorenzen, and David Prang. And stay with me, committee, because they're delegating to 3 different items on tonight's agenda. So we have item 7.12, the Primary Care Access Program. Also 7.17, the amendment to our ACTAV strategy, and then 7.19, commenting to our June report of the working group. So you're no stranger to the procedure, 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name, as you know, is John Odie, President of the Chamber of Commerce, Brantford Brant. Joining me this evening is Chair of Advocacy Committee for the Brantford Brant Chamber of Commerce, Director Elizabeth Lorenzen, and the Chamber CEO, David Prang. We are here to support 2 items on tonight's agenda: the Primary Care Access Program and the Economical Development Strategy Update. First, thank you to Ben for the detailed overview. The Chamber has been involved in the recruitment activities as one of the original supporters of the Community-Based Physicians Recruitment Committee and has participated in its evolution in the climate of physician recruitment in communities across the province, and most recently in the development of this report. We know the recruitment of family physicians is an issue across Canada for many of the reasons outlined in the report. The Chamber supports Council receiving and adapting the Primary Care Access Program Action Plan and supports its work with the Chamber to program and advocate for additional resources for primary care in Brantford. Brantford Brant Norfolk has one of the lowest rates of attachment to team-based primary care in Ontario. And this is a troubling statistic, and it's growing. The Chamber looks forward to enhancing our advocacy efforts to ensure appropriate resources are allocated to the Brantford to support our growing population. We are actively engaged on this file with the Ontario Chamber of Commerce as the OCC policy attached to the report identifies. We also look forward to continuing our role as a community champion, connecting prospective healthcare providers with community resources and professional services within our membership. We encourage Council to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to speak to the amendment to the Economic Development Strategy this evening. My name is Elizabeth Lorenzen, as John had introduced me. So the Chamber supports the adjustment of the 2024 to 2031 Economic Development Strategy as recommended by staff, specifically the creation of Goal 8, which is to increase the resilience of Brantford's economy from the impact of external influences such as international trade conflict. And we were happy to pass that information on, to our members as well. And we got some great feedback, which I've understood was also incorporated. And we are always appreciative of that collaboration that we have with the city as well. So those 6 sub areas comprising of 17 priority actions, they are essential to strengthening our regional economy. And the city of Brantford is poised to be able to lead those efforts. So as noted in the report, the Chamber provided input into those recommendations. And in particular, the Chamber looks forward to engaging with our neighbors in the development of a more, we'll call it regional focus on our economy. We work regularly with our counterparts across Ontario in efforts to improve the environment for business in Canada, and we can enhance those efforts in support of the recommendations in Goal 8. We encourage Council to adapt this adjustment and to work collaboratively with the Chamber, the private sector, and all 3 levels of government to protect local business and to improve the resilience of our economy. On behalf of myself, John Odie, our president, our CEO, David Prang, and members of the Chamber of Commerce, Brantford Brant, would like to thank you for the opportunity to delegate here this evening. The topics that we covered are key to helping the community grow and respond to the external threats and opportunities in what we all know is a very challenging time, and will help to improve the qualities that make Brantford an exciting place to live, to work, and to raise a family. And I think I would be remiss to note the individuals who were here earlier this evening who just left, who also raised families, and I'm sure have great stories to tell us about raising a family here in Brantford as well. The initiatives proposed and supported today help to link our community together, and in times of so much uncertainty, building community is one way of addressing the discomfort so many of us feel. Thank you very much.
I have no questions for you. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So this concludes our delegation portion of this meeting, and we have no presentations. So we will go right into our orders of business here. So we'll now move the items that were separated for discussion purposes, and I understand Councillor Caputo that you have that, if you wouldn't mind reading it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Sluss, that all items for consideration, consent items 7.1 and 7.2 separated for discussion purposes be approved.
Perfect. So we will now move into and consider our first item, which is going to be, because we had a delegate here, item 7.1.10, the lane closing and conveyance behind 191513 The Strand. Any discussion? We do have, you may see in the package, a proposed amendment to that or a referral. Would anyone like to speak before that referral is brought forward? Councillor McCreary.
Madam Chair, I have a number of items I'd like to include in the referral for staff to consider and report back on. Is it appropriate to do that during discussion on the referral?
If you're offering amendments to the referral, then I would think, no, I think let's chat about that now, because once the referral is on the floor, we'll only be able to speak to the body that we're referring it to. So if you do have something you'd like to see in there?
Yeah, so let me then list some of the items I would like to see explored by our staff while they are in the process of preparing the report back to us.
I was having timer issues. So can you repeat that?
Verbatim or in general? Yeah. So let me then list the things I would like staff to consider as referral. First of all, there's reference to the gate being necessary for emergency access. I would like to see the fire plan as prepared by our fire staff. And I would like comments on whether the fire plan could be amended to allow front egress. Number two, in the event that a gate were to be approved, there's reference tonight that the prior gate was locked constantly. And I would like to explore the possibility of that gate remaining locked except during an emergency or an emergency drill. I would also like staff to provide us with information as to the closure of the laneway if in fact this committee decides to grant access and a gate to the back of Amber Lee. I would also like staff to reference cost to the city of Brantford, which could be borne by the proponent. But I would also like to see a copy of the letter that this company wrote to their staff, which was contrary to the Employment Standards Act and threatened their employment with respect to breaching a condition, which probably is not legal. So those are the things I would like staff to examine for us and to come back as part of the referred resolution at a later date. I'll move that as an amendment to whatever may come later.
Okay.
Yes,
You overheard what we were talking.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I presaged.
Okay. Are you, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your
No, you
speaking.
did. I was finished. Thank you.
Any other speakers to this item prior to the referral being brought forward? I will take, oh, sorry, Councillor Swett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I certainly like to speak to this. It's my opinion that we don't need a referral. We want staff to study this. They've studied it for 17 years. They've given us their opinion. They've given us a recommendation, and they're saying that there should be no gate there. The reason a 1 foot reserve was put on the back of that property was simply to stop this type of thing from even being contemplated. And it appears as though it's being contemplated. Nothing's changed that would say that that 1 foot reserve should be taken out. It was put there when the building was initially built. It was agreed to by the developer, and it's been there ever since. So to put a gate there now is actually illegal unless that's removed, and there's really no reason, no valid reason to remove it. The whole thrust here is to create a parking lot on the Strand. And it's not often that we get a dry run and get a chance to see what that could look like, but we did in real time. During construction, that street was a mess. There was cars parked everywhere. And I think the delegation this evening described what they were dealing with as far as vehicles on that street. It was constant and it was very destructive to the neighborhood. There's a reason that we don't mix residential and for-profit businesses together. It doesn't work, and it won't work here. It's suddenly now very important to have a gate there. I have some knowledge of the operation at Emberley. I had a father-in-law that lived there for 6 years up until 2014 when unfortunately he passed. He walked every day and there was no issue. St. Paul was still St. Paul and everything was fine. Now suddenly there's this huge rush to have a gate there. The gate was always locked anyway, so nobody was using the gate. They've never used the gate because it was locked. And the residents attested to that this evening. So to send this back to staff to do some work on something, what you're saying is that you're in agreement. Now you're asking staff to say, well, how could we put a gate there? How do we do that? And I'm opposed to a gate going there, so I won't be supporting the referral. And I would encourage others not to support it either, because you're just opening up a floodgate into a nice, quiet neighborhood for the sake of a for-profit business to make more money. It just doesn't make sense. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Up next, Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not supporting the referral. As Councillor Celeste said, basically, there hasn't even been a site plan for a gate, or at least it hasn't been deemed complete. They've had a gate there when the residents opened for business after the renovation. They would have needed to have the fire marshal go through and look at a fire safety plan. And if it was deemed that that was part of their fire safety plan, that should have been included on their site plan, and it should have been included 30 years ago. So I'm having a lot of trouble trying to figure this out because we actually, Councillor Celeste and I met with everyone there on a Wednesday before the long weekend. And I thought we had a very productive meeting trying to get the residents and the staff on board with what we were trying to get accomplished. 2 days later, I received a phone call from residents on the street and a phone call from the ownership of Amberley explaining that they have had a contractor there and they put the fence boards back. And the first question I asked is, how did we even get to this point? How do we even get to a contractor being on site when you don't even have a site plan deemed complete, and the fact we've had these conversations? So when exactly was this in place? I have a very, very soft spot for seniors, and I'll always do whatever I have to do to take care of them. But in this particular case, I think that their landlord has been cheating them for years on top of years, and it's showcasing here tonight as we're trying to get something done that he doesn't seem to deem possible. So I won't be supporting the referral, and I'm hoping that everybody will be able to vote on this here tonight.
Thank you. Counselor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The question through you to staff. For years when the gate was locked, who had the key?
So through the chair to the counselor, that's really an operational matter. I'm not aware of the gate or if the gate was locked or who had a key. I can clarify that as per the original site plan that was approved for the construction of this property, there was no rear access granted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else to speak, I'll speak perhaps before we get into the amendment. And this entire situation is interesting because I can see so clearly both sides of the coin and I can appreciate both sides of the story. When I walk through Amberlea, I see a community and I see family. I see one of the founding fathers of the villages that's currently residing there and a very prominent member of the Polish community. I see a retired city councillor who is currently living there. I see people who worked hard to build our community and in return today are now asking for us to support their safety moving forward. There was a video that was going around of a woman who resides at Amberlea who went for a walk down St. Paul and it was windy and the cars were blowing and she was blown right into traffic and was narrowly missed by a vehicle that was speeding down St. Paul. So I could see that things have changed in the last decade or two, and maybe it's time for us to look at this through with a fresh set of eyes. So I know Councillor Sullivan does have an amendment or a referral that he's going to be bringing forward, and I think this is just an opportunity for us to take a small pause and look into perhaps granting pedestrian access to Amberlea, but also look into how we're going to, it'll permit us to review like our parking enforcement on the Strand and hopefully alleviate some of the concerns from the residents on those streets. And those are very valid concerns from what I'm hearing, and I can appreciate it. I don't think it's fair to compare this what's before us today to a reserve that was implemented in 1990. And I don't think it's fair to compare this to the construction zone, although albeit an incredibly frustrating and stressful time for the residents of that area. I think we need to do our best to compartmentalize this and look at it as what's before us today. So I am going to be supporting the referral that's before us, and I look forward to Councillor Sullivan bringing that forward. So Councillor Sullivan, the floor is yours, and if you would state your second. Oh, sorry, pause in that. We do have another speaker, Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. I guess we have to take some responsibility as council. We approved this development in the first place. We approved the expansion of Amberlea. And I guess maybe we missed thinking about access points and safety of the residents. Do we have a railing on St. Paul's Ave and make is there a way we can make St. Paul's Ave safer for people walking on the sidewalk generally? Is there a way that we can get another access that protects both the residents of Strand and Amberlea? But as it is, we need to find a solution that is safe for the residents of Amberlea, and why the site plan wasn't looked at more detail and we weren't clear about, it happens. But I think we need to look to find a solution. And I believe I'm the seconder on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Councillor Hunt.
Thank you. And through you to staff, the lane closing and conveyance. Correct me if I'm wrong, is that a separate item from a site plan application for the gate? Or are they the same thing?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So then just to clarify.
Through the chair, yes, they are different. So what is before council tonight is the conveyance. We are also in receipt of a site plan amendment application that has not yet been deemed complete that staff are reviewing.
Okay, so what we're discussing is strictly the lane closing and conveyance and not the gate. Just wanted to clarify that.
So through the chair to the counselor, you are correct that what is before council tonight is the matter of the conveyance. However, this is quite a complicated situation with respect to property boundaries and what has been built versus what is sort of available for review on a reference plan. Through the conveyance or the closure of the lane, that would impact the ability to safely permit an access point from the rear of Amberley, whether it is onto what will ultimately become somebody's functioning driveway or at the foot of their driveway. So while the matters are separate, they do impact each other.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I listened very carefully to the delegations tonight, and I have to admit, I have some empathy or sympathy, however you might want to describe it, on both sides of the equation. First of all, for the residents, I'm probably, well, let's just say that I'm I'm well into the senior age range. And I think you all know that over the last 6 years, I've gone through a lot of different medical issues. I've been bedridden. I've had to use canes. I've used a walker for a period of time. I'm fully mobile now, but I can certainly, and also I've canvassed numerous times on St. Paul Ave. And when I was able to move around quite well without any assistive device, I got to tell you, I felt under assault by the traffic, and just walking down that, it's a very narrow sidewalk and the traffic, a narrow roadway. And I felt somewhat a great deal of unease about the traffic and my safety. So I'm fully sympathetic, given what I've experienced, to the concerns the residents of the home have, that they want a safe and easy access to Regent Park, which is a beautiful park in Henderson Survey, and just it's a beautiful subdivision just to walk around it. And I fully understand their concerns, and I'm very sympathetic. At the same time, I can well imagine what it was like for the residents of the Strand, especially during construction when that laneway was open. And I'm sure there was a lot of traffic and a lot of parking with construction workers and deliveries. But at the same time, I keep thinking in my mind, is there not some way to allow the residents easy access to the beauty of the Henderson Survey without exposing them to the hazards of walking along St. Paul Ave, especially for seniors, but at the same time take reasonable steps to ensure that the Strand remains a beautiful, placid residential street. I'm sure there can be a compromise found where everybody gives a bit and everybody's protected to a certain degree. And that's, I think, the purpose of this referral, to see if we can arrive at that point with staff doing a little bit of extra work. I'm hopeful that we can arrive at that junction, but time will tell. But I think we really do need to give it a chance to see if we can find some creative solutions.
I have no further speakers in the queue. Councillor Sullivan, did you want to move your referral at this point?
Absolutely. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Carpenter, that item 7.1.10 be referred to staff for up to 3 cycles to investigate the feasibility of granting a pedestrian access to Amberley Place Retirement Home, Brantford, and the potential implementation of parking restrictions in the area.
Did you want to speak to that? Or do you want us to move?
No, I sympathize, as the mayor had mentioned. I see both sides as well, and I think we have to, as a council, we have to look at this a little deeper. New perspective under the new circumstances of increased traffic in the area. But at the same time, I think we could also look, there's other communities that have implemented the parking permits for people who live in particular addresses to prevent people who don't live there from parking in their streets, which would stop employees from parking on those roadways. So I think this is something we should explore and see what staff can come back with. After all, we do have one of the best staff in the province.
Thank you. Councillor Sless to the amendment.
Yeah, I just like to comment on the parking issue and how we can implement restrictions on parking. Why should a neighborhood have to tolerate that at the expense of a for-profit business. To me, that just makes no sense at all. There's other means that they can get people safely. The park seems to be the destination of choice that they all want to go to. They could run a shuttle there twice a day and drop people off, let them spend their time in the park, and pick them up a couple hours later, or whatever arrangement they make. They could certainly do that. They could buy more property and they could have these people exiting out at St. George Street. There's a number of things they could do without impeding on this neighborhood. The neighborhood's tolerated it for a long time, and to just willy-nilly say, okay, well, we're going to put restrictive parking and you're going to have to buy a permit to park on your own street now because we want this fellow to have parking for his employees. We can't force their employees not to park on that street. It's a city street. It's a public property. They can park there if they want. We can't stop them. And they're going to because it's convenient. So to think that somehow we're going to solve the parking problem with permits and restrictions, all you're doing is penalizing a neighborhood that didn't ask for this, doesn't want this, but you've got a for-profit business saying, I need the parking. That's what this is all about. So again, I won't be supporting this.
Counselor Van Tilburg.
I tend to concur with Councillor Sleth. I ran into a similar situation, and when there's an entity going that attracts a lot more guests than one might endeavor in a regular neighborhood, it does create a lot of animosity among the residents. And if we ever pay attention to what we do in many of the neighborhoods, yes, we do restrict who can park there, but then why are we bringing this to this neighborhood that didn't have to deal with this in the past? Opening up that walkway literally opens up a can of worms for the neighborhood. And just because there's regulations doesn't mean people won't abuse those regulations. In fact, what we will find is people will abuse those regulations. So I have some concerns. I have concerns about the way the process was done and how we got here. Many of these things should have been out and clarified in the previous stages. So it does feel like this has been mission creep, and it's been somewhat rejected. So I'm not in support of the referral, but I am waiting for, I wouldn't say I'm not in support of the referral. I might be support the referral if I see Councillor McCreary's recommendations added into it, because I'd like a safety net for the referral.
So seeing no further speakers before we go to the amendment. Oh, are you bringing your amendment?
Indeed, I am. And I believe Councillor Martin will be the seconder.
Okay.
And
can I speak before you go to the amendment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
Please, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you. Just prior to the amendment coming forward, most of which I think I will be supportive of, I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that there was always a gate there. This isn't anything new or revolutionary. The gate was already there. There was an oversight when they built. They are trying to course correct through a site plan amendment so that they can ensure their fire safety plan will uphold. And I think there are some very creative ways that we can move forward with sort of keeping our thumb on the parking situation. There's opportunity to say, okay, no parking from 10 to 2 unless you're a resident of the street and you get a free pass from the city. Like, I think there are some creative ways that we can explore this. It doesn't have to be yes or no, black or white. I think we have an opportunity to explore this, and I think that's why this referral is so important. It's just let's pause for 1 second and see if we might find a solution that makes everybody happy. So in saying that, I will pass the floor over to Councillor McCreary for your amendment to the referral.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. As I said, it'll be seconded by Councillor Martin. And so some of the things I'd like to see examined will be, I'll read those, and that will form the body of this amendment. Number one is a copy of the letter that this company sent to their employees threatening termination for failing to heed to something which is completely unenforceable. Number two, in the event that we do permit the gate, the cost of that remedy to the city of Brantford, and that it would be borne by the property owner. Thirdly, a review of the fire plan by the Brantford Fire Marshal. a copy of the fire plan and a review by the fire marshal. Next, the discussion about the gate being locked except during emergencies and emergency drills. And also closure of the other portions of this laneway not to be held up. And a reference to the Employment Standards Act. And having said that, I think these are all germane to the discussion. I think they will help frame what comes back to us. I will say that I completely uphold what our staff have done for the last 20 years on this file. What's been done is absolutely correct. To say that City of Brantford has failed somehow is it's an opinion, but it's not an accurate one. And anyway, that being said, I hope that everybody would support this amendment going forward. So for part of what our referral would be.
Can I just have a legal comment to whether or not we can request those documents?
Through the chair, legally, we can certainly request them. Our ability to obtain the letter, though, certainly it's in their hands whether they want to provide the letter.
Councillor Sullivan. You're muted.
I won't be supporting the amendment to the amendment due to the fact that we're putting in the locked gate. That's defeating the purpose of allowing the seniors access to the back area, so I won't be supporting it.
Mayor Davis.
Yeah, this is like almost a point of clarification. I don't fully understand all of the items of this amendment. One was the copy of the letter to the employees. Two was the cost to the city of the gate remedy. Copy of the fire plan and the review by the fire officials. I get that. But then there were two others. I really don't understand what they were. So, point of clarification.
And perhaps the mover of said amendment will take a second opportunity to explain that. Up next, I have Councillor Hunt.
Well, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking that I'm not in support of asking our staff to ask a business for a letter that they gave to their employees. I think that puts too much onus on our staff. And I think I'm with Mayor Davis that there's a few things that need further clarification. So I'm wondering if the referral itself does not give our staff, like if they need quite as much direction as is indicated in this amendment to the referral. So if we are going to vote on it, I would probably like to separate 1 through 6 because I do not, I see the point of a few of the points, but I do not see, I would not be in agreement of all of them.
Thank you. And noting that you would like the vote separated. Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want everybody to understand that what's in front of us tonight is about a lane closing and a conveyance. A gate is something that a company is looking at. What's in front of us is the land and the lane closure. If we close these properties, this will allow the owner or the business of Amberley to deal directly with a resident in terms of any type of amicable opportunity for them to be able to look at a gate of any shape, and form. We're asking staff to do all this work pertaining to a gate when what's in front of us is the parcels of land. So I just want to make that clear to everybody. So I'm not supporting the referral. I'm not supporting anything that's in front of us here. So have at it.
Councillor McCreary.
Madam Chair, thank you. I think I was clear enough in what I offered. If folks want to dance on the head of a pin, that's fine with me. Just vote against it.
like to know what we're actually voting. Whether
Okay.
against or for.
Okay. So we're going to separate the vote. Madam Clerk, do you have every item on your list there?
Through the chair, just a moment's indulgence to get everything into Scribe.
Okay. And it's been asked for a separated vote, so we'll do that as well.
Madam Chair, I'm withdrawing the amendment.
Okay. Madam Clerk, is that's okay? The
Point of order.
seconder does support the
Point of order.
withdrawal.
Doesn't the floor on the amendment once it's been moved and seconded?
Used to.
I'm told by the clerk that the mover and seconder have agreed to withdraw it, so we are going to proceed with withdrawing that amendment. Okay. Any other speakers to the referral? Counselor McCreary.
It's a good thing I didn't say anything colorful, so I left my microphone on. Not that that's ever happened before. I won't be supporting it either. I support what staff have done all along, and you know, there may be another discussion at a later date, but I don't see any point standing between what's before us and the conclusion of this item.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we will vote on the referral.
The motion to refer is lost on a recorded vote of 5-6. Those voting in favor, Counselor Sullivan, Sokoli, Hunt, Carpenter, and Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Counselors Sless, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Van Tilburg, and Samwell.
With the referral being lost, any discussion on the main motion? Counselor Martin for the second time to the main motion.
Yes, thank you. I'll be quick. Council Carpenter has raised many times in these chambers that it's inappropriate to have industrial next to residential. I see this as being very similar. We have institutional next to residential. And by allowing this gate and walkway, not only are they next to each other, but they're intermingling. So I think that's highly inappropriate, and I won't be supporting any change that would allow for an access there.
Counselor McCreary.
Madam Chair, thank you. The other convention I think that bears recognition is that many of us have always supported the ward councilors on their recommendations, and I see no reason to stray from that on this item.
Counselor Caputo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the actual laneway starts at the Strand, works its way all the way to Elm Street. But you cannot get from Elm Street to the Strand. You can only get halfway through. If you go to the other side on Elm Street, you can only get to a certain point. And if you drive that area and you take a look at it, what's happened is there are at least 4 houses where they've actually built garages. They've literally built sheds. They've built one garage that actually looks like a workshop, and they use that as access. So it's, in my opinion, we should rid that lane from having city property. If anyone was to ever drive that, any issues with their vehicles, anybody was to ever walk it, if they ever found themselves injured of any sort, that comes back to us as a city. So I am in full support of this lane closing. Give it back to the people who are there, rid of it off of our table, our plates. And at the same time, as I said before, if we're gonna have discussions of a gate, I think that's between a business and a homeowner, and let them be able to work something out that's gonna be feasible for both of them, that's gonna be able to help the residents, the business, as well as the resident of the home. But right now, what's in front of us is a lane closure, and I hope that everybody supports it.
Mayor Davis.
You know, I gotta say, I find it incredulous that some of the comments, and I'm talking about how I feel about those comments, so dismissive of the, I think, legitimate concerns of seniors and issues involving safety of seniors. And all they want is access to a public laneway. That's what this is, a public laneway. It's not a private laneway for the use of private individuals. It was made a public laneway to be used by the public. And to say this is all about supporting a for-profit business seems to me dismissive of the interests of the people that live at Amberley and make that their home. And I was very disappointed the referral did not pass, because I feel pretty confident there's a way in which we can address the concerns of the residents on the Strand. But, you know, I'm having trouble understanding that we're not showing some insight into the concerns of seniors and wanting to access the inside of Henderson Survey in a safe way. So,
Councillor Sless.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm certainly not dismissive of the plight of the seniors living at Amberley, by no stretch, and it's not a reflection on them. It's a reflection on there are other ways that you can mitigate this problem without invading a neighborhood, and that's up to the ownership of this corporation to do. It's not the city's job. It's the owner of this profit-making business. And I don't think that the city should be burdened with solving his problems. He's got a problem, and it is a problem, and it's a real problem, and I have sympathy for the folks that live there. The problem is that the company is expecting the city to solve their problems for them. There's ways around this, and they might have to spend a few dollars to do it, but they're running a business, and they've got to keep their clients happy and safe. And I would hope they would do that. I would certainly encourage that. And there's certainly options that they can do without putting a gate in and without destroying a neighborhood. So I don't see this as being dismissive of the plight of the seniors there whatsoever. I'm certainly supportive of them demanding a safe way to get to where they would like to be. And there's ways to do that. And it's up to the business that they're renting their place from to come up with those solutions. So I'll be supporting the conveyance this evening.
Councillor Hunt.
Okay, so following up on Mayor Davis's comment, so we have a public lane that Councillor Caputo has already indicated is currently being used by 3 private landowners on one side of the private lane. And so now we're talking about the potential of a gate from a landowner, which is on the other side of the lane, if that's the way I understand it. And so if we grant this closure and conveyance now, there's no opportunity, because then we're giving, instead of it being a public lane, it's now owned. So we're giving land to these property owners, and which gives them control over the land and does not allow any discussion for and you can call it a for-profit business or whatever, but it's no different than an apartment building. And we've had instances in Ward 4 where we've, worked with people to get access from an apartment building or a neighborhood through to another area in Ward 4. So I think I understand that there's been some tensions between the business and the residents, but I think the fact that we are closing off what right now is city property, and we're basically giving city property to the private homeowners, we then are taking away the opportunity for Amberley to come before either the planning committee or council at a later date with some kind of solution, so that the residents of Amberley do have access to that that laneway that takes them safely out of the property of Amber Lee without them having to go out on St. Paul Ave.
Seeing no one else in the queue, I will ask Madam Clerk or staff if we can, are we able to separate the vote between house number 19, house number 15, and house number 13? House number 13 being the laneway that is pertaining to that would essentially block the site plan application from Amberley. So I would like to separate that vote as well, but I will, sorry.
Through the chair, from a clerking perspective, that's okay. I would just confirm with our legal and planning staff that that's supportable as well.
Okay. And looking for confirmation.
So to the chair, you can separate the vote on the parts that are identified in the report.
Okay, so I would like to separate between the three. And then I will just take a moment to speak right before we vote, but as far as I'm concerned, and for me, convenience will never trump safety. And I will never sacrifice safety to cater to a few people. And the fact that we've sat here today and done that is incredibly disappointing. I'm disappointed in people talking out both sides of their mouth about taking care of our senior population. And then when an opportunity is before us, you vote against it. This is a public road, a public laneway. This conveyance was rushed through to block a site plan that was known that was coming through. And for me, this is just me, but this is not how I choose to conduct business as my role of counselor on behalf of the city of Brantford. So I'm happy to support the conveyance of land going through for house number 19 and house number 15. But house number 13, I think we should be taking a pause and considering a site plan application that is before us, as well as the conveyance, and how we can do this in a way that makes sense for everybody. And now I see some hands going up. So Councillor Van Tilburg.
Yeah, question for staff. I just want to get some clarity, because I've been involved in lane closures. This lane closure was designed to block a site plan, or had this been in the works prior to the site plan?
Through the chair, the history of this file goes on for in excess of 10 years. So the residents have been pushing for the lane closure for quite some time.
The lane closure was first.
The lane closure was first. We received the site plan amendment application some 2 weeks ago, I
It
understand.
would be the reverse then, that it wasn't the lane closure to block a site plan, but it just happens to be the sequence in which they were arrived to you.
The lane closure was not designed to block the site plan.
Thank you.
Mayor Davis, I do see you've already spoke twice to this. So unfortunately, I'm not gonna have an opportunity for you to speak to this. But seeing no further speakers, I would like to call the vote on this, noting that we're gonna separate the vote.
So through the chair, we'll do the each address property, and then we'll do the remaining clauses. And through the chair, Mayor Davis, just waiting on your vote.
Chair, I have a concern about the legality of the conveyance on 19. I think we need to go in camera and get legal advice on that. I have concerns with bonusing, prohibited on municipal land.
Bonusing.
Yeah.
May I have a moment to reflect?
Also. They'd ask for value that, but. Not paying it, but.
I'm gonna call a recess to look into this. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, take your seats. We're going to restart. Madam Clerk, we're going to proceed with the vote that was already in progress on House number 19. And just to be clear, it's House number 13 that is immediately beside Amberley. House number 19 would be the house farthest from Amberley.
The vote for the closing conveyance of 19 The Strand Avenue carries on a recorded vote of 8-3. Those councillors voting in favor: Councillor Sullivan, Sokoli, Sless, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Carpenter, and Van Tilburg. Those opposed: Councillors Hunt, Samwell, and Mayor Davis.
We'll now move forward to House number 15.
The lane closing and conveyance for 15 Strand Avenue carries on a recorded vote of 8-3. Those councillors voting in favor are Councillors Sokoli, Sullivan, Caputo, Sless, Martin, McCreary, Carpenter, and Van Tilburg. Those opposed: Councillors Hunt, Samwell, and Mayor Davis.
Now calling the vote on House number 13, immediately beside.
The lane closing and conveyance at 13 The Strand Avenue is lost on a recorded vote of 5-6. Those councillors voting in favor, councillors Sless, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, and Van Tilburg. Those councillors opposed, Councillor Sullivan, Sicoli, Hunt, Carpenter, Samwell, and Mayor Davis.
Okay. Sorry, we have one more item.
Through the chair, this is the remaining clauses, the direction to staff to bring the bylaws forward, etc. The recorded vote on the remaining clauses is carried on a recorded vote of 8-3. Those councillors voting in favor, Councillor Sullivan, Sicoli, Sless, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, and Carpenter. Those opposed, Councillors Van Tilburg, Samwell, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, moving forward next, because we had a delegation, we'll take up item 7.1.2, which is the primary care access program. Do we have any discussion on that item? Councillor Carp.
Just quickly, I think the primary health team, the Stratford Grant Norfolk Health Team has made a good presentation here tonight. This is a remarkable thing. It's going to be on Ward 4 if it goes forward to Fox Ridge. It's kind of what we envisioned for there. It's a great idea to have a health team in our community, and I wholeheartedly support this and other positive options for that site. Thank you.
Councillor McCreary.
Chair, thank you. It's an excellent initiative, and hopefully we can participate as one of the tests. Councillor Martin and I brought a resolution going back in 2024 to look at the feasibility of the municipality operating a medical clinic. And it turned out that that was a significant expense and something that's not on our dashboard for this term of council. So it's good to see that we're broadening our horizon with respect to the Fox Ridge community at 389 West Street in the beautiful 4th Ward, just across from the beautiful 3rd Ward. As the delegation said, it's tough to attract doctors. Young doctors don't want to be in business for themselves. They want to work for somebody, typically in a supportive environment. And hopefully this will get us across that finish line and begin to attract the family physicians that we so desperately need here.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, and through you to staff. Clause E, the staff be directed to explore the feasibility of 389 West as a partial medical facility and report back to council with costs and recommendations. And I'm wondering if staff can address, I see Aaron coming right up here. Not just the feasibility of 389 West, but looking at the implications of having the primary health team located there with the plans for the housing and homelessness department that is also going to be occupying the same facility.
Excuse me. Through the chair, Aaron Walsh, Director of Strategic Initiatives. So based on conversations we've been having with our colleagues in the housing department, it feels like there's enough footprint there to accommodate both some of the housing services they're anticipating putting there, along with potentially a primary care component. From a person perspective, we know that folks who would reside there, get services there, may be more vulnerable in terms of their health and maybe aren't necessarily attached to primary care at this point. So I think there'd be some synergies there to attach that population to the medical folks that would be working there, in addition to having ample space to do both.
Thank you, Aaron, and I'm glad to hear those discussions are taking place.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I'll take a minute to ask a question of staff, or perhaps just have you elaborate on how this grant or this program could possibly help us to inform or to help us navigate through the resolution that we brought forward regarding our physician recruitment, and how we were going to look into, perhaps a medical facility in town, or looking into how the city can take a role into our physician recruitment.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the chair. So three things kind of happened at once. Once we did get formal notice from the physician recruitment committee that they would be disbanding at the end of this year. The second, as committee has noted, the acquisition of Fox Ridge and some of the, I think, very interested healthcare partners looking to partner with us. And the third, the delegation articulated in terms of what we anticipate is an influx, certainly provincially, of primary care money, and hopefully here locally. So we're trying to thread those needles together within this plan. So as committee noted, there was direction last year to explore city facilities as medical sites. Fox Ridge will be our first test case for that. We're also within this recommended plan going to partner with the Community Healthcare Center to provide money for staffing. That'd be more around the direct recruitment. They are the flow-through agency for the Ontario Health Team. So they're already in the middle of trying to attract those primary care teams and nurse practitioners. So we'll support them with this 2-year pilot if council decides to move forward by giving them a staff to project manage and do direct recruitment and bring folks in. And the other piece of the plan is to position Brantford as a great place to come, be a student, be a nurse practitioner, be a healthcare administrative professional, whatever the case may be. So kind of a big, loud marketing campaign about Brantford's a great place to study, a great place to work, and trying to reach folks that maybe are practicing currently in the United States who may want to come back, nationally trained doctors, and of course, Canadian trained doctors who may want to come here. So trying to thread all of those pieces together into a unified plan.
Quite the intricate web. Up next, I have Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Am I to understand that you're considering putting the health hub and the homeless shelter into this building?
Through the chair, that is the draft plan right now. So I think there is, and I won't overstep our Commissioner of Social Services. I can take that question back and perhaps draft a memo to articulate this. But I do believe there's a number of housing services considered there, both overnight sheltering and some supportive housing as well.
Okay, would there be separate entrances? Because I don't see those people mixing very well.
Through the chair, we'll bring back a full business case and probably a footprint as well. I would tend to agree at this point that there would need to be separate entrances and separate intersection points for the different populations that were coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Davis.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, to Aaron, I've got a question about the intersection and how synchronized what we're doing, proposing to do, and what the province is doing. I understand the province has announced $2.1 billion to create 350 primary care teams across the province. We heard earlier that we don't have the same number of primary care teams on a proportional basis as most other areas of the province. Just on population alone, we should be seeing anywhere between 3 to 4 primary care teams being established here under the provincial funding, assuming that the monies are distributed on a pro rata basis and based on need, which I guess we can't always be sure of with the higher levels of government. So my question to you is, how does this, what the province is doing, how does it intersect with what we're doing? And what in particular is the province doing to create these primary care teams? Are they establishing clinics? Are they paying for the bricks and mortar for these clinics to run it, or are they just paying for staff, which they pay anyways under OHIP?
So through the chair, I believe it's the latter. I believe the province is committing to the salary and the administration of actual primary care teams, the salaries of folks doing the work and the administrators that support them. We don't have any signal yet that the province intends to provide capital funding to expand buildings or to create new buildings. Not to say that they haven't or won't. We just haven't heard any signal that they would. So our Fox Ridge idea fits that gap for the moment in terms of the space that we have, where we intend to make a capital investment anyway. It would be great if the province also stepped forward with capital investment to build more buildings or expand the community healthcare centers. We don't know that they are at this point.
So is what the province intend to do that the doctors in these primary care teams, they won't be earning their income by billing OHIP for individual patients, they'll receive a salary?
Through the chair, I believe that's correct, yes.
Got it. Okay, all right, thanks.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just a comment on what Mayor said, like that's remember, Mayor's quite correct. The province should be funding us. We've been underfunded by the province for, a decade now. We've been ignored. We've been underserviced. We need health teams. We've needed it for some time. The only thing they did was give us the Brantford Health Team, and it needs to give us the funding to make things work. And I would just remind members of council that we were, years ago, we were trying to get a university here. The province wasn't supporting us then. And then the municipality stepped forward and put some money forward to seed money to get a university. And now look where that's led to us. So this is sort of reminds me of doing a little bit of that. I guess we've got to open the door first before the province will actually realize the Brantford grant does exist and they should put some dollars there. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, we'll call the vote. Item 7.1.2 carries on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sullivan, Sokoli, Sless, Udo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, Samwell, and Mayor Davis. Okay, and we'll now consider item 7.1.7, the amendment to the ACDEV strategy. Anyone looking to speak to this? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. Item 7.1.7 carries on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Sullivan, Sokoli, Sless, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, Samwell, and Mayor Davis. Next up, 7.1.9, which is the June report on the Working Group of Trade and Procurement. Anyone looking to speak to this? Mayor Davis.
Just a quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair. To staff on this one, there was a note in the report that that there may be some businesses in Brantford affected by this 50% steel tariff. And I think I read it correctly that staff of our Economic Development Department will be doing a survey of those businesses in town that are involved in the steel industry, either peripherally or as their primary source of business. Going up here.
Good evening, through the chair to the mayor, Joe Muto, Director of Economic Development. That is correct, Mayor Davis. We will be conducting a survey of those businesses within the community that would have some relation with respect to the supply chain and metal like steel, aluminum, etc.
So when can we expect to receive the results or be advised of the results of that survey?
Through the chair to the mayor, we've prepared a draft survey right now. We're looking at it this week and we hope to be going out to businesses within the next week.
All right, will that survey deal with other topics or will it expand beyond just simply those who are involved in the steel trade?
Through the chair to the mayor right now, it's focused on steel trade increase in terms of the percentage of tariff. Was I could ask through the chair to the mayor, is there other types of questions you were looking for staff to?
Well, the one other tariff we know is still in place, and that is in respect to auto parts and finished assembled vehicles. Now, we don't do any finished assembled vehicles here, but we do have some local industry that's involved in the auto part industry. Could the survey be expanded just to touch base with them to see what the impact is on them of now 2 to 3 months of tariffs on auto parts?
Through the chair to the mayor, that's something we can absolutely ask for within that survey, sir.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Carpenter.
And just on that, you may get, the same industry that there's need of steel is using the steel to stamp auto parts, so you might capture them anyway. So that's why I just want to raise that.
Councillor Hunt.
Sorry, Joe. I just wanted to, so as part of our economic development strategy, is this survey going to just focus on businesses in the city of Brantford, or are we also encompassing the businesses that are in the county of Brant?
Through the chair to Councillor Hunt, we would just be focused on those businesses within the county of Brant, but through the trade tariff working group, We've created some partnerships with our neighboring municipalities. We have been meeting almost monthly with them, discussing some mutual partnerships and data and information. So that is something we could add to our next agenda, which I believe we'll be meeting next week with those other counties that surround the city of Brantford.
Okay, I know that I directly have heard from a business that just happens to operate out by the airport, which they're considered in the county, but also have operations in other municipalities. So I was hoping we're not cutting off the businesses that might be just over the line, but are certainly employing our Brantford residents as well.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I think your question is timely, given that we are meeting with these partners and colleagues from the county of Brant, Norfolk, and Haldeman. So we definitely could maybe seek some sharing of data in that regard.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate that.
Councillor McCreary.
Chair, thank you very much. Joe, during the election campaign, the Prime Minister indicated that there would be a series of counter tariffs as a reprisal against America. Can you indicate if that came to fruition and what impact, if any, that might have on Brantford Brant companies?
Through the chair to Councillor McCreary, still kind of making way of what some of those policies that the new administration in this country is looking into. So we're keeping a very close pulse to that, and we can report back what we find in our next trade and tariff update report.
But there's nothing yet.
Not to my knowledge.
Thanks, Joe.
And seeing no further speakers, I have some comments, but no questions, Joe. So I was in attendance at FCM recently, and obviously all of the conversation was surrounding trade and the impact both locally as well as in the US, but sort of leveraging the conversation that we began here with the auto trade industry. There were some interesting statistics that were shared, and it would be interesting to see how Brantford stacks up to some of our more border communities as far as impact from the trades. But it was interesting to see like that the auto sector, it will cross the border 6 to 8 times before it becomes a vehicle. So that's quite a bit of tariff back and forth. Over $160 billion in US exports, but $120 billion of Canadian imports are traded annually. Windsor has had quite a bit of impact and has surpassed 10% unemployment due to the economic slowdown, which is quite impactful to that area. But then we see some stats from Rochester Hill in Michigan, and they've started doing something similar to what we're doing with polling their manufacturers and their businesses in town. So 30% of their businesses are planning to lay off staff this year, and 60% of those businesses have put an absolute halt to any type of capital investment. So I would be interested to see how this stacks up against how we're doing here in Brantford. All in all, it was an interesting conference, and it was interesting to hear that for New Orleans, Canadian tourism is their #1 industry that they rely on, and they're being severely impacted as well. So it's not just those border cities, it's all across the US. So I just thought I would share some of those statistics and some of the things that I learned. Seeing no further speakers, we'll call the vote on this.
Item 7.1.9 carries on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor: Councillors Sullivan, Sokoli, Slats, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, Samuel, and Mayor Davis.
All right, moving forward to our separations. Mayor Davis, you asked for item 7.1.1 to be separated, the honorarium bylaw update.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So this has to do with our committee of adjustment, and our committee of adjustment is probably one of our most important subcommittees or committees. council members don't sit on it. It's members of the public who sit on it. And they make very important decisions regarding severances, regarding someone seeking relief on our zoning bylaw that's minor in nature. But although the issues are minor, they are and can have a very significant impact on property owners, homeowners, and those that live in near, adjacent to or near those properties. So they have a lot of responsibility. They meet, I think it's about once a month. I see their agendas. They might have 4 or 5 or 6 items on their agenda, and those are statutory hearings, such as you saw earlier tonight. So we're asking them to do a lot. I think it's important that that we attract people who are as well qualified as possible. They have some experience either in administrative tribunals, legal, or planning. So I'm concerned that the amount that we're increasing it to, I think it's 80 and 100, probably in this, I don't think it's enough, frankly, for what they do. And it's not a volunteer position. It is, but we're really asking them to do much more than what you'd expect of a typical volunteer. And so I'm going to propose an amendment that also takes into account that the chairs of those committees have, they do more than the ordinary members. They have to, spend a lot of time in advance of the hearing, making sure they understand each of the applications, and they got to help write the decisions too for the committee. So I'm going to suggest, seeking a seconder, that the fee be $100 for member and $125 for the chair.
I see a seconder in Councillor McCreary. Any discussion on the amendment? Councillor McCreary?
Yeah, on the amendment, I think I think although it's a textbook case of ad hockery, I'm fully supportive. I think the recommendation from staff was based on research they've done, but I agree with the mayor that it certainly is not inappropriate to offer more.
Seeing no further speakers on the amendment, we will call the vote.
The amendment carries on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sullivan, Sokoli, Sless, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Van Tilburg, Samwell, and Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
To the item as amended, Councillor McCreary.
Chair, thank you. And kudos on a job well done so far tonight. The night is young. Councillor Martin and I brought this as a resolution, I think, back in, maybe February this year, in response to some reasonable concerns that we all had about properly reimbursing some very talented and hardworking folks for a role that they played that's crucial to the operation of the municipality. As the mayor said, the pay should reflect the expertise, the skills, and the time that these folks put in. It is a quasi-judicial body, and the decisions they make, although they're site-specific, are probably no less important to the neighborhoods they're in than the decisions we make here in this room. So I'm quite happy with what we've done here. We hadn't reviewed it in a decade, at least. I think it was 2013 or 2014 the last time these payments were reviewed. And I would say that I know a number of these folks, and they're extremely diligent. A lot of them pay visits to these sites every month, and there's sometimes a number of them. So it is a lot of work, and the compensation now suits the work that they put in. So hopefully everybody will support this tonight. Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers, we'll call the vote.
Item 7.1.1 as amended carries on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Sullivan, Sokoli, Sleth, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, Samwell, and Mayor Davis.
Item 7.1.3, Mayor Davis, you asked for this to be separated.
I may not have done that given the late hour, but just a very simple question. This is about the demolition of a very historic set of properties and buildings at 324 Grand River Ave. That's part of our old water treatment system. Can staff using, I think it's page 100, it's appendix D to the report, Can someone show us which of the buildings are gonna be demolished? It's an overhead view. And which are gonna be preserved, or which of those the facade is going to be retained on. And I say that because when I read the report, I can't, I'm familiar with one or two of the buildings, not all of them, and it was confusing as I went through the report, what's happening with each of those 10, 12 buildings.
Through the chair, Andrew Rodriguez, Manager of Technical Services with Environmental. So looking at Appendix D, buildings 2 and 7 are the designated buildings. The north and east facades are designated. To be retained are buildings 2 through 7, with all remaining buildings to be demolished this year.
Sorry, I was having trouble hearing you.
Okay, sorry about that. Through the chair, buildings 2 through 7 will be retained. The remainder of the buildings will be demolished this year.
Okay, thanks very much.
Counselor McCreary.
Madam Chair, thank you, and through you to staff. With respect to the report before us, looking at page 5, there's a comment that the style is common and can be documented through interpretation. Could you explain what's meant by documented through interpretation? Page 5, Alan, just below the photo.
Through the chair to Councillor McCreary. I think the intention there was, although that building isn't designated, if necessary, we could include some documentation on that through the efforts to, create a photo inventory of the buildings that are coming down prior to.
Okay, excellent. And the other comment is the building is in poor condition. I wonder if we could qualify that. It is our building. Are you able to?
Yep, through the chair, Andrew Rodriguez, Manager of Technical Services, to the councillor. Building 1 specifically, the engineer's house has structural deficiencies. It's presently temporarily shored.
Okay. So we are preserving the facades of the two. Sorry, let me back that up. Only the facades, the public facing facades are designated. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct, councillor.
And could you elaborate on the methodology that we're going to be using to preserve those facades?
Through the chair, absolutely. So the intent is to preserve the buildings in their entirety to ensure the integrity of those facades. Those 2 buildings, specifically 2 and 7, will be integrated in the future construction of a storage and office facility for water distribution and wastewater collection staff.
Is the entirety of both buildings remain?
Buildings 2 and 7, that's correct.
That's excellent. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further speakers, we'll call the vote.
Item 7.1.3 carries on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sullivan, Sokoli, Slats, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, Samuel, and Mayor Davis.
Next, we have the demolition of a detached garage at 134 Sydenham. 7.1.5, Councillor McCreary, you asked for this to be separated.
Madam Chair, yes, and through you, I do have additional questions of staff. Alan, is there a heritage impact assessment required for this demo?
Through the chair to Councillor McCreary, no, there isn't.
Would it be required with respect to new construction on the site?
New construction would require a heritage permit, and it would depend on the situation, what was being built. It would be a judgment call as to whether we would require one or not.
Thank you for that. Now, this has been this property was the subject of a prior demolition request, to take down a porch, which had been, inadequately maintained for some period of time. I had a look at this as well, and if you look at the front of this building, I feel it hardly complies with heritage designation anymore, because you have the ghost of the demolished porch, which completely ruins the heritage value of this building. Could you explain what action, if any, we can take to have that problem remedied, Ellen?
Through the chair to Councillor McCreary, the owner of the property has indicated to staff that they are consulting with a architect to do some improvements to the appearance of the building at the front. As you can tell from the photo in figure 1, there's some discoloration of the brick from where the porch had been removed. So they are planning to address that.
Would that be in our lifetime? It was demolished in 2023. Is there a time frame attached to it?
I'd have to go back and check because I know they've submitted an application through to Heritage staff. I just can't recall offhand if it was dealing with this issue or dealing with the demolition or the planned additional unit that they're planning to build in the rear yard.
And with respect to what's our ability to delay this permit until we have satisfaction with respect to the facade of the primary building?
We do need to make a decision on this application probably sometime within the fall.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm going to suggest that we defer this until we have information about remedy to the designated structure on the site. Seeking a seconder for that. I see I have Councillor Samuel across.
Sorry, you're deferring until when?
Deferring until a report from staff about the remedy for the front.
I don't know if we can be so vague.
September. September, I believe, is less vague than that.
Just a suggestion that if you refer it, then staff can bring it back at their leisure. But if you defer it, then we need a very specific return date.
It's more of a decision than just one letter, refer, defer. So I would do that. I think that's a very good suggestion. That be referred with the blessing of the seconder.
Referred back to staff, seconded by, if that was Councillor Samwell. Any discussion to the referral, the place that it's for? Seeing none, let's call the vote. The motion to refer 7.1.5 is carried on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor: Councillor Sullivan, Foley, Sless, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Samwell, and Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
Up next, we have the MOU of developer front end funding, and Mayor Davis, you asked for this to be separated.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on it and then ask staff 2 questions. So this has to do with our boundary lands, the lands north of Power Line Road, and is part of the process by which we're putting in place or building or planning on the building of the infrastructure needed to develop those lands, the roads, the sewers, the water lines, stormwater management system. Anyways, it's highly complicated you can well imagine. There's a lot of land up there. But we do have some property owners who have a lot of experience with other municipalities in helping to build that infrastructure. And what this proposal does, we already did it with the lands at the east end. This is relating to the lands in the middle between, I think it's Wayne Gretz, it'll be Park Road and Wayne Gretz, King George Road. It's called the center block. And so what this allows the landowners to do, and one of them is Mattamy, a very large developer, I think one of the largest residential builders in Ontario, which has a lot of experience with building out municipal infrastructure, allows them to begin designing and building the infrastructure needed to service the lands that they own. And they won't be able to actually then construct it and get credit on development charges until there is a final legal agreement. But this allows them to get a head start in the process. So my question to staff is, am I correct in my assessment of it? But more importantly, does this make the process of building out that infrastructure more efficient and effective and timely? In other words, what's the impact if we didn't do this?
So through the chair to the counselor, this is a pretty significant
The mayor.
to the chair to the mayor. My apologies. This is a pretty significant milestone, I would say, with respect to development of the expansion land. So if you recall, over the last several years, this municipality has been focused on streamlining our development approvals. And with that has come numerous policy and procedural changes, all intended to expedite development, particularly within our expansion lands, which is a key priority of this council. So the MOU is really a reflection of the front financing policy, and what that allows the development community to do is as you've summarized, it allows the development community to expedite the necessary critical infrastructure required to support growth on their timeline. So it allows them to finance that infrastructure ahead of how municipalities would generally fund them over what we generally refer to as our 10-year capital plan. So it allows them to expedite that infrastructure on their critical timeline, and it allows them to deliver those services faster than the municipality can typically deliver the service.
Would there potentially be a more efficient, more cost-effective build out of the infrastructure, given they've got a lot of experience doing this?
I would say that that's correct. I think that these types of arrangements represent a collaborative approach. The city of Brantford is successful in building infrastructure. I think that we do that, reasonably well, and we do it on time and on budget. But this allows the development community to be directly involved in the timing of the infrastructure that they need in order to support their development. So I would say that that is efficient, yes.
But in any way mean to downplay staff's ability here. But it's been a long time since I think the city took on this kind of infrastructure development planning, and particularly the Shelley Lane. That'd be going back, 20 years, 30 years. So as you say, this allows us to work in a collaborative teamwork type approach with some landowners and those in the development industry that have a lot of experience and expertise in how to do this and do it effectively and efficiently. So I think the community will profit from this, will benefit from this, and obviously the landowners will as well. And we'll likely see the infrastructure in place sooner than if we were doing it entirely on our own.
Okay. Seeing no further speakers, we will call the vote on this.
Item 7.1.6 carries on a recorded vote of 10-0. Those voting in favor: Councillor Sullivan, Sokoli, Slats, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Samwell, and Mayor Davis.
And I will now pass the chair to Mayor Davis so I can introduce a resolution that was deferred to this meeting. Do you want me to read the entire thing out again, given that it's a deferral?
Well, yeah, so I'm happy to take over the chair because you're right. This is your resolution. It's the community mural in memory of loved ones lost to overdose. And it was deferred, I think, to look at, I actually wasn't here the night that it was deferred, but that was my understanding, deferred to consider options. So it's back on the table. Don't think we needed to read it, but perhaps staff, if you could for a few moments, leave it up and share it as we begin our debate. So those at home can refresh their memory as to what this resolution says by reading what we have on the screen. So I assume you want to make some opening comments?
Do I need a seconder to put this on the floor?
Yeah.
So seeking a seconder for this.
So it wasn't just, okay, well, second,
Councillor
Councilor
Caputo.
Caputo.
I'm bringing this back with the intention of just moving an amendment to it. If that's okay with you, I'll put that on the floor at this point, and it's that we strike clause B and C. And we replace it with that staff be directed to consult with community stakeholders and determine an appropriate respectful location for a freestanding movable memorial and bring recommendations back to council by the end of September 2025. The reason that we need more time is that we've had some community stakeholders reach out that have taken an interest in wanting to be a part of this discussion, as well as some potential sponsors have been identified through discussion. So we just didn't have enough time to do it in one cycle. We need a bit more time to look into it.
Your resolution then is an amendment to strike. So you're striking B and C and replacing what you just said.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Correct. And I'm looking for a seconder for this.
Yeah, so Councilor Caputo did second it. Any discussion? Councilor Curry.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like separation on the two items for separate vote.
Okay, before I call the vote, anyone else? All right, let's call the vote and we'll deal with it on, we'll take B first. So that's actually a three-part. It's to strike. And then it's replace B with the new B and C with, okay, let's just deal with B first, the new B. No, this is an amendment that was to strike B and C and replace it with what Councilor Sicoli just read out. All right. So I guess it has three parts. One would be, do you want to strike? Right. And so then if the resolution, if that's separated vote passes, we'll then deal with them individually, the new B and the new C. So first up is the motion.
Sorry, point of order.
Yes.
I don't believe you vote on the striking part of it. It's all one foul swoop.
I disagree. First, you have to strike.
I'm gonna challenge the vote of the chair then.
Okay. All right, so challenging the vote of the chair. I think you need a seconder to challenge me. Is there a seconder? Nope, no seconder. Let's call the vote on the striking.
The motion to strike is carried out on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sullivan, Sicoli, Sleth, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Samuel. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
So now we're going to vote on a new B. We can have the wording of that on the screen so everybody can see it. B and C are struck. So now we're looking at the new wording for B because there was a request for the vote to be separated. Lisa, are you able to bring it up for us and share it?
Just a moment's indulgence. These scribes a little slow.
I think everybody can see that. So I'll call the vote on that.
Councillor Samuel, just waiting on your vote, please. The amendment is lost on a tie vote. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sullivan, Sokoli, Caputo, Samwell, and Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Sless, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, and Carpenter.
Okay, so let's see now.
So through the chair, just to clarify, the strike struck clauses B and C.
Yep.
The amendment brought in B, a singular clause B. There was no additional clause C. So at this time, the remaining vote would be the item as amended, just clause A, which is the
So
direction to
I
continue.
thought there was a B and C. Maybe I misheard what Councillor Scully said. Okay. So yeah, you're right. We now call the vote on what is essentially A.
Councillor Caputo, just waiting on your vote, please. Item 8.1 is lost on a recorded vote of 1 to 9. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sokoli. Those opposed, Councillor Sullivan, Sless, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Samwell, and Mayor Davis.
Councillor Scully, back to you.
Back to me. All right, Councillor McCreary, you now have your resolution to bring forward. Please read it, state your seconder, and I do understand that you have a PowerPoint presentation, but we'll be mindful of the time. In about 10 minutes, I'll have to call a vote to extend the hour.
I shall try to wrap it up within 10 or 15 minutes. Thank you. So the resolution is seconded by Councillor Martin, and it concerns Brantford 150, the 2027 celebration of our 150th anniversary. Resolution reads as follows. Whereas the city of Brantford was originally incorporated as a town in 1847 and subsequently incorporated as a city on May 31, 1877. And whereas the year 2027 will mark the 150th anniversary of Brantford's original incorporation as a town. Sorry, 180. Let me start over. Whereas 2027 will mark the 180th anniversary of Brantford's original incorporation as a town and the 150th anniversary of its incorporation as a city. And whereas Brantford has a proud and diverse history as a center of industrial innovation, cultural heritage, civic leadership that continues to shape the identity of the community today. And whereas milestone anniversaries of this nature offer a unique opportunity to reflect on our rich history, promote civic pride, and engage the community in celebratory and educational activities. Now therefore be it resolved, staff be directed to report back to council with a proposed plan to commemorate the 150th anniversary of the city of Brantford's incorporation during the year 2027, including potential programming events, community engagement opportunities, partnerships, and budget considerations. And that the plan also includes options for recognizing the 180th anniversary of the original incorporation of a town in ways that complement the Brantford 150 celebrations. And that the proposed plan includes recommendations for potential funding operations, including but not limited to municipal budget allocations, sponsorships, grants, and partnerships. And perhaps now would be appropriate to run the PowerPoint, Madam Chair.
I would say so. Who's running the PowerPoint? Maria, we'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maria Visaki, Director of Communications, Community Engagement, and Customer Service. Just wanted to provide a quick overview of the NOM that Councilor McCreary just featured, and to just throw back to some other milestone celebrations that the city has done, just to inspire what we can do for Brantford 150. So as outlined, 2027 will mark the anniversary, 150th anniversary of the incorporation of the city and the 180th anniversary of the incorporation of Brantford as a town.
And as demonstrated during the Brantford Centennial Celebration in 1977, this presents the city and our community with a really unique opportunity to reflect on our rich history, our culture, our diversity, and really just celebrate what makes Brantford a unique destination to live, work, and play and study. So, harking back to 1977, there was a logo that was developed specifically for the centennial year. This was applied to merchandise. This is a badge that I think was used in the schools to earn merit. And also depicted here is a photo of the parade that was held on May 31st, 1977, through the streets of the downtown. It culminated at the Civic Center with a huge celebration, again on May 31st, 1977. Bit of a grainy photo here, but what this is the serving of the world's largest cake. This was momentous. I can say that I remember it because I was there. I couldn't find myself in the photo, but I remember when Mayor Bowen announced kids can come down and have a piece of cake now. It was really exciting. And I have since learned that our CAO, Michael Bradley, was also in the house on May 31st, 1977. So I think many people who were in Brantford at the time will remember the year-long celebrations of activities. And so moving forward, this is one of those really rare events that is a cross-departmental initiative. So this will definitely involve our events team staff, as well as tourism, culture and sport, and communication and community engagement staff. And so just a myriad of opportunities here to do events, to do programs, to have community engagement activities themed around Brantford 150 and Brantford 180. Really great opportunity to connect with businesses, with non-profit businesses, community organizations, to get them excited and involved and using their own networks to spread the word about activities that the city will host. So we're excited to get started on coming up with some ideas and looking into some funding options, both sponsorships and grants, to get this program off the ground.
Thank you for that. Any additional discussion on
Yes.
this? Councillor McCreary for a second time.
Point of order, please. Oh, the second time speaking opportunity, because we're already in 6 minutes of speaking, and the procedural bylaw says 4 minutes.
I don't believe I've uttered a word other than to introduce the resolution.
So you did. You spoke to it
I read the resolution.
and spoke to it and then introduced.
Simply introduced it.
I'd like my point of order dealt with.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to?
My point of order is this.
Yes.
Members of council have 4 minutes speaking opportunities twice during committee of the whole, which is what we do. There isn't an opportunity for members of council to make presentations that are not on the agenda as a presentation, and that's the case today. So I'd just like us to know if we're gonna move away from procedure, that's fine. I'm okay with that, but we just have the same rights for all members of council.
Understood. Anyone else looking to speak for a first time? Councillor McCreary.
First of all, let me say that that's happened previously. I believe the mayor introduced a similar item when we talked about supporting Ukraine. Probably 2 or 3 times that's happened. So
To the resolution, please.
just replying to the mean-spirited nature of some comments here tonight.
The resolution.
So the
please.
resolution, yeah, thank you for.
Point of order, I didn't get a ruling. Is the ruling that it is in order?
Pardon me?
Is the ruling that it is in order for presentations and it will be on the 4 minute speaking time? I just want to know, I want a ruling.
The ruling is that the speaking opportunity happened in the form, his first one in the form of a presentation, and he is now into his second speaking opportunity. That is the rule of the chair, which you've now interrupted, and I've had no speaking opportunity. So I'm going to reset the clock and give you your one last speaking opportunity.
What a shame that the introduction of this celebratory event has to be colored by commentary that we just heard. So let me start over here. You know, we all know that we're a wonderful community. We've achieved a lot. We've got a lot of famous folk that arose from here. Gretzky, Bell, Hillier, Jarvis, Massey, Cockshit, Balachi, people that accomplished a lot. And we can celebrate that past. People from this community went off to war in disproportionate numbers. A lot of them didn't come back. That's part of our history. We were the Sheffield of the New World, one of the top manufacturing centers in the empire at one time. And we've had some tough times. We've had the closure of those businesses. We've had tragedy here. But our story continues. It's not just about the past, it's about the present, and it's about the future. And this gives us an opportunity not just to celebrate our anniversary internally, but to invite the world to come to our doors during 2027. So approving this tonight, I hope unanimously, is going to allow our staff to embark on this journey to create a celebration second to none that we haven't seen since the year 1977, when some of those present were in public school and others of us were in university. So we're going to invite partner organizations as well, and we've got some partners that have been around a long time. Chamber of Commerce has been in business over a century, Brantford General Hospital, the same, and a number of others. We're going to take every day of those 2 years to begin to plan this out. We're going to recommend the plan, we're going to recommend funding, and we're going to invite the world. And I can't see any reason why the King of England and Canada would not want to be here, nor the Prime Minister, nor the Premier of Ontario. And, you know, we had a huge homecoming in Brantford around about 1913. And this will be probably a bigger homecoming because we've now got more people that were born here that are living away than at any other time. And this is an opportunity for us to invite everybody else to come back home and help celebrate this. So let's put aside the petty bickering that we've heard this evening and endorse this wholeheartedly and support this and begin the celebration.
Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is absolutely fantastic. I've only been a resident of Brantford since 2011, but back in 1996, I was actually working here in Brantford when I lived in London, and I remember attending the Brantford Sesquicentennial, if I remember that correctly, if that's what it was called. And I thought it was a great event. And I think doing something here is fantastic. And I think we have an opportunity to celebrate it all year. And we can tie it into the winter festival. We can have it on its birthday in May, and we can do something in the summer. So I'm strongly in favor of this and supporting it. And I think it's great that it was brought up. So kudos to you.
So before proceeding, as we draw upon the hour of 10, to which we are not allowed to go past, I'm going to call the vote to extend the hour if we would like to move past 10 o'clock. Madam Clerk, I see you jumping on.
Through the chair, we have an item on the floor right now. I would suggest we dispose of the item before we go to the motion to extend.
Apparently, I just follow direction quite literally. That's fine. Councillor Samwell.
So I'm going to keep my comment very brief, actually. All I really wanted to say is that I can't wait to celebrate Brantford's 150. I'm very excited about it. Thank you.
Mayor Davis.
Yeah, well, through you, Madam Chair, I wanted to thank Councilor McCreary for bringing this forward. But, you know, all the talk of the 150th, I think for me, and everything I've learned over the last year or two, the 180th, we can't lose sight of that. I mean, that is when Brantford first began, albeit as a town. Prior to that, it was really just a village. There was the town plot, that was the formal surrender ceding of lands out of the Haldeman Tract to create the town. It was also when Brantford became separate from and carved out of the county 180 years ago, or going to be 180 years ago. And also where on this very lot, Brantford's first industry was founded on this very lot, Brantford's very first foundry in 1847. So there's a lot to celebrate here in terms of not only the 150th of the city, but also the 180th of Brantford's creation. And also the start of Brantford's industrial base. Also the carving out of the lot in which our city hall sits. So, you know, that's one thing. I didn't grow up here. I came here in 1981. And I must admit that it's taken me some time to really fully appreciate and revel in the wonderful history we have in this community, going back so many years, more than most communities in Ontario. And darn right, we should celebrate it at both the 150th and the 180th. And I think this is going to be a great celebration for our community, marking our history and marking also where we've come in 180 years. That's pretty remarkable, and where we're going.
Counselor Hunt.
I will forego my speaking opportunity based on the time.
Counselor Carpenter will take it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this is a great opportunity. Brantford is a wonderful community. We've been around for a long time, as it says in the resolution. And we've had our ups and downs. We were at one time, we're the fourth largest industrial base in the whole country as far as our output. And we've got a lot of history to celebrate. And I'm very much in favor of this. It's a great idea. Questioning procedure is never negative. It's proper procedure. And I would have voted to waive procedure if that was the question and move forward with the presentation, but I will support this wholeheartedly. It's not a negative thing to talk about procedure. It's policy.
And I would agree. And speaking of procedure, let's call the vote on this item, and then we will have to call a vote to extend the hour.
Item 8.2 carries on a recorded vote of 10-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sullivan, Scully, Slice, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Samwell, and Mayor Davis.
So if we're going to continue here, we only have one resolution left. Counselor Carpenter, are you?
Motion to extend the hour to finish the agenda.
Sounds good. Just a note, is that a second? Seconded by Mayor Davis. And just to note that if we say no to this, this will just land on our agenda at council, which is going to be equally as loaded. So if we don't deal with it tonight, we're just displacing it to next week. So we'll call the vote on the motion to extend.
The motion to extend the hour is carried on a recorded vote of 8-2. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sullivan, Scully, Slice, Caputo, Hunt, Carpenter, Samwell, and Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor McCreary and Councillor Martin.
So this is also something that was bumped over from our last meeting. So Councillor Caputo, if you want to put this on the floor, state your seconder, and I think we'll follow procedures what we did earlier with my resolution. We'll put it up on the screen and everyone can just have a look, and then we'll get into discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that because I did read it last week and I think it's here, so it's there. So it is Brantford Transit Seniors Ride for Free, and it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Sluss. And if I can speak to it, I spoke to it last week. I think it's something that we need to be able to look at not only for a month, but it's something that I think we need to endure in a long-term perspective. So rather than go into it completely, I just have a couple of questions for Mr. Spicer, if possible. And we go back to this, we did this 2 years ago, and we ran it in the month of June. So if I can just figure out what the costs were involved and what it was in the Seniors on the Bus for June in 2023.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Caputo, sorry. Going back 2 years, when we did this, we had budgeted about a $10,000 loss of revenue. We only incurred a loss of revenue of 4,000. So we didn't anticipate. We only anticipated the 4,000, not the 10,000 that we originally budgeted for this program.
So because of that, I'm assuming that we didn't make any number quota in order to get a gas tax refund because our ridership wouldn't have increased for that.
That is true, Councillor. I would also add a caveat to that we only did it between the hours of 10 and 10 a.m. 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. So again, the lost revenue at that time didn't really equate to additional ridership, other than the people that were using the bus just got it for free.
And I just have one more question. How many cities are you aware of that actually offer free seniors bus fare ongoing, not just a month, but as part of their fare package?
So I am aware, through you, Madam Chair, I am aware that Oakville operates a program. Mississauga Transit also operates a program, Brampton, Burlington, and Go Transit offers a significant discount, but not free.
So suffice to say, I think this is something that we have an opportunity to consider going forward if we wanted to make an adjustment or bring something forth just on bus fare price. Nothing to do with, when it comes to Brantford Lift or anything along those lines. It's just an actual something for bus fare.
I'm sorry, Counselor, I didn't really understand the question. Are you?
I think we've had discussions in the past about how this would affect if we wanted to do something for free. So I'm asking, is there something that we can look at that would actually just address the bus fare price and nothing else? And looking at seniors as being actual seniors and looking at an age gap versus where it sits right now.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, we definitely can go back and put together some information, do a holistic approach to it, look at what's happening elsewhere, and then look at how it would impact our revenues and our ridership moving forward over the next number of years.
Thank you. So I mean, we're looking at this for August, and apologies for bringing it forth last week. But with our having the mayor's gala and get together at Mohawk Park on the 2nd, and then having Eats and Beats, it gives us an opportunity to be able to get seniors out to both of these events and be able to take a look at it. So I hope it gets support, and I hope everybody looks at this as we move forward, because I think it's the right thing to do. Thanks.
Perfect. Up next, Counselor Hunt.
Thank you, and through you to staff. So Mike, I'm not reading anywhere here where specialized transit is included. So what's the current fare for specialized transit?
The current fare is $3.
What's the current fare for conventional transit?
$3.
So would there be a reason that we would not give people who need to access specialized transit the same benefit that someone that can ride a conventional bus?
So again, that would be up to this committee to determine whether we included both. When we did the program originally in 2023, it only looked after the conventional and not Brantford Lift. But again, taking direction from this committee, we could look at including specialized as well as conventional if that's what this committee would like us to do.
Okay. And further to that, when we did it in 2023, now I know some people consider 50 plus a senior. I quite frankly was offended the first time I got my senior discount at Shoppers Drug Mart, which was the age of 55. But when we did it in 2023, was it 50 plus? Was it 60? Was it 65 or?
It was 50.
Okay. All right. So if appropriate, I would like to propose an amendment. Madam Chair, if you want to tell me.
Would you like to do that now? There's a whole lineup of speakers.
Can I do it now?
We can do it now.
Okay, so I would propose that following conventional service, that specialized service is also included. And I believe that would also need to be included in C. However, the amendment would also be that the age is 65. And I actually had a call from a constituent that didn't think it was fair.
Sorry, Counselor Hunt, can we just get the wording
No, sorry.
straight before we speak to it? So I'm understanding that in item A, you're looking to add right behind transit conventional services, specialized services.
And then also in C, Brantford Transit conventional services and specialized services.
And you're looking to change the 50 plus.
Yes.
To 65 plus?
Yes, and if I can just speak to the amendment,
could-
I actually received a call from.
Sorry,
somebody-
that's seconded by
Oh,
Councillor
sorry,
McCreary
Carpenter.
or Carpenter.
Okay.
You pick.
Okay, Councillor
There
Carpenter,
you go.
sorry. So I just wanted to say that I did receive a call from somebody who was just over the age of 60, but didn't feel that 50 was an adequate age to give free seniors transit because from their perspective, our citizens that are probably in their 50s are still riding the bus for work and all of those kinds of things. So they're still employed. They're not actually seniors. And I think 65 keeps in line with what our seniors programming is, whether it's the senior center or those types of things. So I just, I know I myself at 55 was offended being a senior, so I think 65 is a much more palatable age.
To the amendment, Councillor Caputo. And Councillor Sullivan, is your hand up to the main motion or to the amendment?
Main motion.
Okay, thank you.
To the amendment, I'll support that completely. When putting this together, I actually stuck to the dialogue or the direction given by what we classified as seniors, but I'm all for having us do it at 65. As especially since I've had discussions or we've had conversation about looking at a long-term bus fare that way. And I'm certainly on board with having the conventional under the specialized services on for the month.
So given that the mover's okay with this, is the seconder okay with this, Councillor Sless? It looks like it would be friendly
Yes.
if no one from this committee has anything to say on that. Perfect. Save ourselves a vote. Okay, so to the main motion. Next, I have Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too would like to bring forth an amendment. I'm hoping it's considered friendly. And that we just, from clauses A and C, we just strike 9 o'clock to 7 o'clock out and it just be the day.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor that opens it up. We're not putting any time constraints and you'll need a seconder for that. Councillor Samwell has seconded that. Any discussion to that amendment? Did you want to speak to that, Councillor Sullivan?
I just think we're adding too much confusion to it, to the seniors. This way they just know that the day it's free, they don't have to be sitting there staring at their watches in order to get home.
Okay, and I have Councillor Caputo looking to speak to this amendment.
I'm actually considering this friendly and if I'm fine with that as well. So if Councillor Sless is, again, saves us a vote.
I see Councillor Sless nodding his head. It would be friendly if nobody has any objection sitting up here. Seeing no objection, then we'll consider that a friendly amendment. Gosh, you guys are being easy on me. Okay, next in line, we got Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I won't be supporting this. Transit is heavily subsidized as it is. In fact, I believe staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's about 30% of the cost of transit comes from the fare box. The rest is subsidized through various means. Is that correct?
Excuse me, through the chair, yes, Councilor Martin, it's 35%.
35? Okay, I was close. Because it's so heavily subsidized, I don't agree with anything that subsidizes it even further. It's not fair to the seniors who don't use the bus to subsidize ones who do. So I won't be supporting this.
Next, we have Councillor Samwell.
So to this, I actually also had an amendment that I had hoped that would possibly be friendly, but I'll just go ahead and say what that is. So I wondered, and it might be already captured with what's been said tonight, but I just want to make sure that I wanted to amend B so that the report that's coming back would also do a jurisdictional scan to look at making a Brantford-made solution to actually do something more long-term in regards to seniors being able to ride free.
So perhaps staff can comment to, I'm understanding that, Counselor Samwell would like a breakdown, based on ward. Would that be covered under B, the staff provide a breakdown of, sorry, not by ward?
Sorry, no, just to be clear, so more of a jurisdictional scan as far as like what other areas are doing and that doing a long-term solution. So just in additional to the report that's already coming back, just adding those pieces is all I was trying to look for, so we can come up with a Brantford-made solution that's something more long-term. So in the same vein that Councillor Caputo was talking about, but just with a small addition.
Okay, well, the ad hocery continues. Do you have a seconder for that? Start with that.
I guess I'm seeking one. Oh, Councillor McCreary.
Councillor McCreary has seconded that. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, it's friendly to the mover if it's friendly to the seconder. I'm seeing nodding. If there's no objection from this committee, we will consider this a friendly amendment. Councillor Carpenter, are you putting your hand up like you're objecting it, or you're, okay, perfect. Okay, so this is, moving forward, a friendly amendment. And up next, we have Councillor McCreary.
Madam Chair, thank you. I have 14 more amendments. Just kidding. I do have a couple of questions of Mr. Spicer. Mr. Spicer, I'll direct your attention to Clause A, which has the phrase Sunday through Saturday. Could you explain what that means?
Through the chair, that is every day of the week, Councillor.
Would it be more clear to just say daily?
Yes.
May I suggest that as an amendment?
I think we're splitting hairs at this point. It's the same thing. It's redundant. I would encourage you to consider that a
I will
redundant.
accept that. I will accept that. But I didn't understand it, so I hope the public will understand that. And secondly, Mr. Spicer, could you indicate whether or not this will cause you any, I don't know, any operational difficulties?
Through the chair, again, that is something that we as staff will ensure that we mitigate to the best of our ability. I don't see anything being anything out of our control that we would not be able to deal with.
No management concerns around this?
Not that I would think could be.
Did we mention to you that you're gonna have to find that money somewhere?
I knew that was coming. Yes, yes, and I'm
Perhaps you
prepared
could-
for that.
Perhaps you could recommend how you can make up for that lost revenue in the fullness of time. I support this. I think it's a good initiative. I like the fact that Councillor Caputo has brought this. Some of us around the table actually qualify for transit, and I can certainly attest to the fact that the mayor is qualified to ride the buses free. And I hope he'll take advantage of that.
All right, we have Councillor Hunt speaking for a second time.
Sorry, just a point of clarification. It's 55 plus in the amendment. My amendment is 65.
Good catch. Can we clarify that, Madam Clerk? On the vote.
Through the chair, perhaps just try and update your e-scribe. It sometimes just takes a second to come through.
So we're acknowledging that it is 65 plus, not 55 plus. Any, Councillor Carpenter?
Thank you. I will support this. It's a 1 month, it's a 1 month gift to recognize seniors for what they've done for our community and building up our society and recognizing the respect we have for seniors. So Councillor Caputo has brought this forward to suggest that we, and rightfully so, that we recognize our seniors for Senior Month. And this is what the gift is, a month of free transit if you're 65 and older for both, for all of our transit systems. So I will support this. The only thing I would ask is that you bring back the actual cost analysis to us when we're done, so we know how this worked out and what the actual cost for the gift was. I will certainly support this for our seniors. I always will.
All right. Any further speakers? Going once, going twice. Let's call the vote.
Item 9.1 carries and recorded vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sullivan, Sokoli, Sless, Caputo, McCreary, Hunt, Carpenter, Samwell, and Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Martin.
We are so close. There's one notice of motion. Counselor Carpenter, if you would read that title for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it was a difficult night for you. You did a great job. My notice of motion is honoring Frank and Nancy DeFleece at the Center for the Performing Arts for their work on Jazz Festival.
Beautiful. Please note the notice of motion deadline for the council agenda is Thursday, June 19th at 9 a.m. sharp. This meeting is